Okay, let's start. Hi guys. How many of you actually did the paper? Raise your hand in Zoom. Let's see. Walaikum salam. Good, good, good. I just got the paper. Bad life. I posted the channel, man. This paper is there in the channel. If you go and check the channel, it's there. Anyways, let's start now. By the way, make all of you make sure that you are there in the channel because that is where I have shared the paper as well. And second thing is that is where I'll be sharing the recordings and all those stuffs as well. So those who are not there in the channel, just share the channel's link. Give me a moment. Hmm. I sent you the channel link. Yes, long time no see. Where were you and Ria all this day? Oh, understandable, right. The paper is there in the channel. What do you mean by coma and Ria? Elaborate. Okay. Don't worry, Akil. We'll be doing all those as well. Okay, let's start now. By the way, the main chat is also visible for you all, right? Because all of you all were sending private chats. So I was just wondering, is the main chat also working for y'all? Is it working? Okay, perfect. Nice. Let's start now. I hope all of you are there. I still count is Aduiri. Anyways, let's start. So basically, also a disclaimer. Disclaimer is that what do you called? I'll be what do you called? Trying my maximum to do at least two or three questions from this paper. That means like spreadsheet, database. Hey, haven't I given the full paper here? Yeah. Paper की PDF पे क्या बोला खुला? Why is one page missing? Why is the database question not there? Give me a moment. Okay. Sad life. The third question is भाग्य में तो नहीं ना भाग्य कोई थी नहीं. The spreadsheet question is there. Database question is not there. Let me just take it as well. Um, STP2 4 page. I think this is the paper. Give me a moment. So I'll be targeting to a spreadsheet question, database question, and a mixed question. So suppose if we don't get time, then I'll let you know what we're going to do. This idiot, when she's scanning, she has not scanned it properly. Okay, I'll come to that, don't worry. Most probably no, Rushta. There's only 4 pages. Yeah, there's one more page that has to be there. The scan PDF, it's missing. So, no, there's, I had one more page has to be there. I will get it back later. Okay. Anyways, for now, let's focus on the available question. Understandable, Andrea. If there's any issues, let me know. Okay, let's start. So the first question says Veera Mata Vidyalaya has now installed a fingerprint machine in view of the prevailing security situation. Here are some of the messages that were displayed when you put your fingerprint on the machine. So you can see there's a, it's not very clear, but you can see there is a finger here being placed on the machine. And when you place the finger there, you can see they have mentioned a message here saying the attendance was created, and you're identifying whose fingerprint it is. And then there's a scanning killer. There are three things they have mentioned here. Okay, fine. The first question says write down the message with the relevant number as input, output, and process. Okay. Normally, when you take a system or a software or whatever, all the data that has to be given to the system, we call that as an input. And all the data, for example, as a human, all the things that you might give for a system, you can call that as an input. And all the data you get out of the system, we can call them as a output. Okay. And how do you call those stuffs that the system is going to, let's say if the system is going to modify your data, or if the data is going to undergo any changes, how do you call those as the things that's happening within the system? Correct. The things that are happening within the system, maybe it can be a calculation, or it can be the data getting changed. Okay. So some sort of manipulation happening, we can call that as a process. Okay. Now in this situation, as a human, if you take our interaction, what we are giving for the what you call system is we are giving the finger. We are placing the finger. Okay. So that finger being placed, just write down the message with the relevant number as input. So they're asking the relevant message. Okay. So in terms of what you called our input, we are placing the finger. The picture is not very clear, but based on the, let's consider finger as identifying, scanning. Actually, scanning has to be the input because yeah, it's scanning of fingerprint now. So let's take scanning as the input. So we are scanning the fingerprint. And after you place the fingerprint on the machine is going to identify whose finger was input now. We are giving a finger now. So scanning is a process of obtaining a finger from us. So to what you call normally to scan, the device we might use it as scanner. So scanner is the input device, right? So scanner is going to scan the fingerprint, and then the machine is going to identify whose fingerprint it is. So therefore, we can consider the input to be the scanning part, that is obtaining the finger from you, obtain the fingerprint from you. And then after you obtain the fingerprint, the machine is going to identify whose finger it is. So I'll consider that as a process. And after you identify whose finger it is, the result is going to be, we're going to show a message for the user saying, okay, your attendance has been recorded. So that's going to be number 1. Okay. So these are going to be the respective answers. Thank you, Akif. I'll double check on that. Okay. Next, write down the input device and output device of the fingerprint machine. Okay. In the fingerprint machine, the input device is going to be the scanner. Okay, that's the device that's going to scan our fingerprint. So you can say as scanner, or you can be more specific. You can say fingerprint scanner. So the input device is going to be the scanner. What is the output device? I read the question. I'll take it later. I might have the what do you call paper or research. Where is it? I think it's this one. I have a grade 10 with me. I'll take on that later. Yes, so there is a screen there. That screen is going to be the output. Okay. So you can say the output device is going to be the screen, right? So that there's a small screen here. So you can mention that screen as the display or the screen. Anything is fine. Okay. So always keep in mind, as a human, if you're going to obtain data through it, that device is called output device. As a human, if you're going to give some data to the computer, the device you use to give the data is the input device. Okay. That's how the answer for this question would be. No, Talha, it's still there. I have sent us a link. Okay, in terms of marks, yeah, I'll give you the marks as well. In terms of marks, half, one and a half. Uh, in terms of marks, you will be getting for this half marks, for this half marks, for this half marks, for this 0.25 marks, and for this 0.25 marks. These are 2 marks question for information. If you have any questions, drop in the chat. Let's go for the next one now. Okay. So second question as mentioned, the 7-bit ASCII code for the word bear is blah, 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 blah. The decimal values for bear words respectively are 66, 69, 65, and 82. What is the 7-bit ASCII value for the word best? Okay. Now, I'll rewrite the whole question on the next page for more clarity, okay? They are saying the 7-bit ASCII code for the word bear. Okay, so they are using the word called bear here. I can't I see it? Okay, they are saying the 7-bit ASCII value for the word called bear is 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 4 zeros. 101. 1, 2, 3. 000. 1, 0001. 011. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zeros. And 1101. 1101. 1101. 0010. 0010. Let's first of all count and see how many characters there are here. Okay, so count and see here. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Okay. For the input device, can I give fingerprint machine touchscreen? Yeah, that's fine. Fingerprint machine as input device and that screen as output device. Huh? Zakir, try leaving and joining again. It might work. So Abdul Hakam. And the question is asking us, saying the decimal value for bare words respectively are 66, 69. They're saying the decimal values are 66, 69, 65, 82. 65, 82. And the question is asking, what is the 7-bit ASCII value for the word called best? Okay. The word called best. They're asking what is the ASCII value. Okay. Now, first of all, let me explain you what this question is talking about, and then I'll show you how you can find the answer. Now, when you take computers, computers can't understand the general English or any other language, right? So when computers are storing data, they store the data in the form of what? When computer is storing data, the data is stored in the form of what? Perfect. But because generally computers can't understand English or any even the basic our language, or they can't even understand what you call the basic letters, normal numbers also they can't. They can understand only ones and zero. So everything is stored in the form of binaries. If you take your computer, everything is stored in the form of binaries. So there are different ways how binaries can be represented in the computer. My lap is drinking RAM. Give me a moment. I'll close and come. Give me a minute. Sorry, what you called? My lap was drinking some RAM. So my browser was drinking some RAM. Browser was taking around 65 GB of RAM. I closed it now. So yeah. Didin, 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 didin. Okay. You can hear me and see me properly, right? And screen sharing is also proper, right? Okay, perfect. So yeah, what I was saying was, you take computers. In computers, everything is represented. It was open for weeks, Ira. So what do you call? Why does that happen? Because I had it off my laptop for weeks, and there are like tons of apps. You can see only one browser window, but behind the scene there are like five browsers window running, five windows. In each window there were like hundreds of tabs. So yeah. Anyways, coming back to the point. If you take computers, in computers everything is represented in the form of binaries, which is ones and zeros. Okay. So if you take what you call numbers, like decimal numbers like 23, 46, 52, normal decimal numbers, you can directly convert it to binary. You'll even learn in grade 9 maths, you'll learn the method of how to convert that. But if you take letters like A, B, C, D, all those normal letters, converting those letters to what you called binary is not easy, because the main problem we have is, if you take letters, they don't have a numerical value. For example, if you have a number called 23, if you want to convert that to binary, you might just directly divide by 2. 2 times 11 is 22, 1 remain, 2 times 5 is 10, you might go. But if you take the word called bear, the words don't have numerical value. So you can't just divide by 2 and go like this. So ASCII is basically something called as a coding system. It is a method we use to convert characters like letters, numbers, symbols. ASCII is one of the methods we can use to convert some characters into binary. So it's a way of converting values to binary. Okay, ASCII is basically a method of converting values to binary or representing values in binary. So when you take ASCII, what happens in ASCII, each character, for example, let's say if you take the word called bear, the word called bear has 4 characters. B is 1 character, E is 1 character, A is 1 character, R is 1 character. In ASCII, what happens is every character is assigned a value. So there is an organization called ANSI. They are the organization that assign the value. So every character is assigned a value. And then what we do is we convert that value assigned to binary. Okay. For example, you can see B is given the value 66, E is given value 69. There's a default value where actually A is equal to 65 and values keep on increasing in a sequential manner. That means B is 66, C is 67. So in a sequential manner, the value keeps on increasing from A to Z. Okay. So every character, simple letter has a different value, capital letter has a different value. Now in ASCII, what happens is you have to convert this decimal value to binary, and after that, individually, yeah, the 65, 66 has to be converted, 69 has to be converted. Each of these values can have to be converted to binary individually. And when you put them together, that's how you can represent words in binary. So ASCII is basically a way of representing words in binary, where every character is given decimal value and you convert the decimal value to binary. Now, to normalize this, to make sure that in every situation it will work perfectly, what they did is they were like, when you're converting, make sure your answer is always there in 7 bits, 7 binary digits. Okay. So for example, if I look at this whole character, whole binary word here, in this whole binary value we have here, the first 7 bits, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These 7 bits will represent the value of the letter B. That means if I convert 66 to binary, these are the answer I'll be getting. The next 7 bits, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These 7 bits will represent the value of letter E, which means if I convert the number 69 to binary, is the value I'll get. Then the next 7 bits, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These 7 bits will represent the value of letter A, it is actually 65. And the last 7 bits, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If I convert these two, so if I take this is representing the value of letter R, it is actually 82. So that's how ASCII is actually created. That's how ASCII is representing data. Okay. Now, in this situation, you can see we have the word called best, right? Now, in terms of what you call finding the answer, first step, what you should do is you always, first of all, know the decimal value for every letter. After you know the decimal value for every letter, it's just converting from decimal to binary. Okay. Now, in terms of B, we already know B is 66 and we already know B's binary value itself. So the value of B in binary is basically this first character. That's basically 1, 1 4 zeros, 1 2 3 4 1 0. So value of B we already know. Okay. Value of E also we already know. See, it's mentioned here. That's basically 1 triple 0. Okay, 1 triple 0, 1 0 1. So value of B we already know from the question given. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Value of E also we already know. So we have the task to find the value of S and T. Okay. So first of all, we should know what is the decimal value for S and T. Okay. Now, if R's value is 80, keep in mind it's got a sequential order. Okay. So based on the sequential order, tell me if the value of R is 82, what is the value of S and what is the value of T? Because in alphabet, it goes like P, Q, R, S, T, right? So P, Q, R, S, T. S and T are the next few letters. So what is the value of S and T? Perfect. The value of S is 83 and the value of T is 84. So what you can do is now you can convert the 83 to binary, convert 84 to binary, you will get the answer. But there's another faster way as well. So that's the usual way is you can now convert 83 to binary and write the answer, convert 84 to binary, write the answer. But there's a faster way as well. The faster way is we already know the value of R in binary. No? R in binary is actually 101, 101, 0010. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, if you want to go from R to S, we're adding one more. No? So I'm going to add one here. Okay. One in decimal, one in binary, both are same. Both are one. So I just add one here. If I add one here, answer is going to be one. And then others are as it is 00, 1, 0. So the value of S in binary is this. I don't have to waste time to actually convert from decimal to binary because R is the next letter. You can just add one more. Okay. So the value of that is going to be 101, 0011. This is the value of S. The value of T is going to be +1, but without being +1 from here, I'll take the value of T from R itself. Okay. So if R's value was basically this, to get the value of T, I have to add how much? Yes, they will give marks. If R's value is this, to get T, I have to add how much from R? To get T, I add how much from R? Perfect. I add 2. Okay. Now this number given here is in binary. I have to add 2. 2 is a decimal number. Okay. So one thing I want to keep in mind, you can't add two number systems like this. Okay. If you're adding, both of them have to be in the same number system. So I can represent number 2 in binary. Number 2 in binary is actually 1, 0. Okay. Number 2 in binary is 1, 0. So 2 base 10. If you convert to binary, it's basically 1, 0. So what I can do is without mentioning +2 like this, I'm going to mention here +1, 0. First of all, tell me, I will clear about this part without mentioning +2. Why I'm mentioning +1, 0? Yeah, Manha, I'll be sharing it in the WhatsApp channel. So just make sure that you're there in the channel so you can get it from there. Okay. So now if I do the addition, 0 plus 0 is 0. 1 plus 1 is 2. 2 is represented binary as 0, 1. 1 plus 0 is 1. Then 0, 1, 0, 1. Okay. So that's the answer of this. So it's going to be 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So these are shorter way of how do you do this value. So this is the value of S, this is the value of T. The longer way is you convert 83 to binary, 84 to binary. So S is basically equal to 83, T is equal to 84. So both the methods are acceptable. Those who actually did the question, is this the answer you all got? Yes, so babe, you can. Then if you need to add 3, so if you need to add 3, 3 in decimal is equal to 11 in binary. So to add 11. Is that clear? Okay, perfect. That is the answer for this question. I'll have what number? For which letter? When you divide, you're supposed to write from bottom to top, right? Yes, Fatima. In the question, they are showing A equals 1, 0. A equals 1, B equals, but it's the answer you got in A if you had 1. A equals blah blah and B equals blah blah blah. But it's not the answer you got in A if you had 1. I don't understand what you're saying, Raya. I switch both letters. All right, okay, okay. What is the decimal value you got, Talha? Why do you take 10 for T and how did you add it, sir? 10 for T. 10 for T. I didn't take 10 for T. I said R is 82. To go to T, we have to add 2. But 2 is a decimal number. No, 82 is decimal, 84 is decimal. So 82 plus 2 in decimal is equal to 84. Okay, 82 plus 2 in decimal is equal to 82. But you can't add two number systems. Now, for example, this is binary. This is a binary number. No, I can't add +2 because +2 is decimal. If I want to do addition, both of them have to be in the same number system. So what I did is I converted the decimal to binary and wrote here. So this plus 10 is not plus 10, it's plus 2. Is that clear, Rikish? We can, Zainab. I just showed you how the other method is. No, that's not how it works. Okay, perfect. Next question. By the way, if you got that answer correct, you're going to get 2 marks there. Actually, 1 mark for getting S correct, 1 mark for getting T correct. That's how the marks are broken down. Isn't S 1010 100 Is that the value of S? Let's see. 83, 64 plus 16 is 64, 70, 80, 80, 64, 16, 8, 4, 2, 1. No, D the value of S. To convert, you will get D the value of S. Did you use 83, Fatim? 1010100. That's the value of 84. You have taken the value of S as 84. That's the value of T, not S. Hmm. We may add 1 to the value of AI. We can do that as well, Sarah. I just showed you that how to get now plus 1. People will do it easily because plus 1 binary and decimal 1 is same. But I just showed you this method to show that suppose we have a number greater than 1, how to do. When you have a number greater than 1, make sure that when you're adding, don't just directly add it. When you're adding, both have to be in the same number system. That's why I showed this method. But you can directly add 1. Like for this S value, if you add 1 also, you'll get the same answer. Okay, next. On Sandhya Renu's birthday, her father gifted her desktop computer. Table 1 shows the port symbols she could find on her desktop. The table 2 contains a task she wants to complete using her desktop. Okay, the table 2 is the next page. Match the corresponding numbers, the table 1 with the table 2. Okay. Now, if you look at the ports which are mentioned here, this is the USB port. Okay. And then these ports are labeled in a very weird way. This looks like this is not how the VGA port works anyways. This is the RJ45 port. Okay. So I have the mouse, I have the internet router. What kind of a weird symbol have they given here? This is not the. This should be the this is not the port picture. For your information, you know the port picture. This is normally you take devices. Do I have a device here? If you take devices, on the device there will be a picture. I don't have a device. I have. I have the device. It's not close by to me. Device close by to me. I don't have a picture. Okay. One device. It's there. So normally, if you take what do you call pictures, the HDMI, yeah, HDMI port, you can see on the port, okay, like on the device. Okay, if you notice here on the device, on top of the device, there will be a picture like this, right? So you can say HDMI port is given like this. And I initially thought that they had given the ports picture here, but you know the ports picture. The last one I thought it's that, but that's not the ports picture. They have given here the picture of how they are on the port, like the physical print. Okay, and mostly on the USB port, they have like a You notice on the USB port, we have that arrow kind of picture. See, these are not the pictures that you can see on the port. No, they're not referring to the port's picture. They're referring to the symbol which you can recognize. Okay. So for a moment, I was also like wondering what the hell is mentioned. But yeah, so this is the HDMI port. On the HDMI port, on the top of the port, these are picture they use. Okay. And so that is also mentioned USB, Internet, LCD. For the PS2 port, there is no pictures like that, as I know. PS2 used to connect mouse and keyboard in the olden days. It's circle ports. I don't know where you can find that picture it is mentioned. Okay. They are referring, this picture is not even there on the port. So PS2 port has two colors, the purple and green. And this bugger is referring to the picture which is mentioned here, not on the device. Okay, fine, makes sense. Like this picture they're referring. See, on top of the port, there's a picture. I wonder who made this question. I should give that fellow a nice Manamale Danu. But you could, anyways, they are here referring to not the port's symbol, sorry, port's shape. They're referring to the picture mentioned on top of the shape. Okay. So when you take the mouse PS2 port, it looks like this. On the mouse, you have mouse picture, green color. On the keyboard, you have a keyboard's picture. So technically, this picture is representing a keyboard. Huh? So it's a PS2 port, the keyboard, the purple color one. So if you match them together, the answers you're going to get is they can ask this. Very rarely they might ask. It's very, very rare because mostly oral provincial paper, they like expect you to have a bit of knowledge. But oral paper, they make it very simple. I mean, within the syllabus, they can go a bit out, not that they can't. They can go because these are practical knowledge you should know. These are knowledge you can get by observation. So therefore, this is a knowledge you better have, not compulsory. So I'm saying better have it. How can you tell that's RJ45? I have seen that port, so I know it's RJ45. But if you look at the RJ45 port on top of that, it will be there. Mhm. Yeah, this picture, can you see? So yeah, that picture symbolizes the RJ45 port. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. We don't even use PS2 port. How are you going to know? That flows, if you recognize the first three port, that flows a balance port. There are only four options. So from that, you can match it. Anyways, you learned it today, no? So you can update your memory with that. So, anyways, to connect the LCD monitor, you can use HDMI port. So you're going to number two. That is LCD, sorry, LCD monitor, we're going to connect to number two. So A is going to come here. Connect the internet router using wire. So you connect the router using the RJ45 port. So B is going to go to one. And connecting the PS2 keyboard. Keyboard is four. And then connecting USB mouse, that's three. That's basically D. So you match them together. This is the order you get. If you got your answer correct, put half marks each. Your handouts, drop in the chat. Have to do Kutumadi. Yes, exactly. You got the answer correct, mark it correct. Huh? Next. Consider the following table consists of phrases before and after formatting. Write down two formatting tools used for the formatting. Have they mentioned the tools? No. Okay. First of all, let's compare and see what are the format. The word formatting means changing, okay, or editing. That's what formatting is. When you compare both of them, what have they mentioned? Write down two formatting tools. Okay. When you compare both of them, first of all, you can see the word called activity 13. By default, activity 13 left hand side here. Okay. And then if you look at the right hand side, you can see activity 13 has come to the middle. Is the activity 13 a bit darker as well? Okay, let me check here. Will Yeah, it's bold. It is darkened as well. So the changes I can notice here is the text has come to the middle and then the text has become dark. So first of all, let's identify what are the changes we can notice. Not HTML is what we use, Shazana. Not Western Proceeding Southern Province. Then apart from that, in terms of changes, we can notice there's a small gap mentioned here. Okay. There's a name for all of these. I'll tell you the correct name in a while. So first, let's see the visual notice we can, okay, it's the visual changes, okay. Apart from that, we can see, yes, Roman numbers are used here. So we can see numberings is done here. Apart from that, in terms of changes, we can see, okay, this text has become dark and slanted. It has become dark. It has got slanted. And apart from that, this text is also same, dark and slanted, dark and slanted, dark and slanted, dark and slanted. So yeah, these are the changes we can notice. Okay, let's go one by one. Tell me, out of all the tools we have in Microsoft Word, to make the text come to the middle, what is a tool I can use? In Microsoft Word, there's a tool that to make the text come to the middle. Perfect. To come to the middle, we use a center alignment tool. So there are four types of alignment. Left alignment is something like this, where all the text is touching the left-hand side. Then right alignment is where all the text is touching the right side margin. Center alignment is where the text has equal amount of space from left and right margin. Then justify alignment is where the text touches both left margin as well as right margin. Okay, if it touches both the margin, it's justify. Only left margin, only right margin, equal space, center line. So to make the text come to the middle, we use center alignment tool. And then to make the text look dark, we have the which tool? Perfect. To make the text look dark, we have the bold tool. And we have this space here, right? This gap. To make that gap come, we call that as an indentation. Okay. So we call this indentation. So that's the tool used there. Okay. And then it's actually increase indent. To be more specific, we have increased the indentation. So the name of that tool is called increase indent. This gap is called indentation. Okay, that gap is called indentation. To keep that gap, we have a tool called increase indent. It looks like the tool looks like this, an arrow like this. That's how the tool looks. And next, to make the text look slanted, what is the tool we have? How do we say left indentation? Um, no, we say increase and decrease indentation because indentation is not alignment. Indentation is increase and decrease. We to keep more space, you can put or in the keyboard shortcut is the tab key. So it's like keeping more space and reducing more space. So it's increase and decrease. Perfect. To make the text look slanted, we have the italic tool. And then for numbering, we have the numbering tool. It's called numbering directly. Okay. For numbering, that tool is called the numbering tool. So yeah, numbering. So out of these pink color, if you mention any four answers, so any two answers, the question is asking for two formatting tools. So out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Out of these five, if you mention any two, you can put 1 mark each. Isn't it left indentation? No, it's increase and decrease indentation. The correct name of the tool is. Isn't it bullets? Does it look like bullets for you? These are Roman numbers, man. That if it dots only, it's called bullet points. Okay, like this is not bullet points, this is numbering. Yes, italic and bold. I'm saying the names of the tools, man. The names of the tools we have is centerline, bold, italic, numbering, increase intent. These are the four tools that are used. Question number 5. Identify the most suitable communication method for the following scenarios using the given list. Write down the scenario letter and the communication method. Okay, there are one, two, three, four, five, five communication method, and we are supposed to figure out what is what. The first one, to broadcast live video of a school exhibition via internet. Okay, if you want to broadcast means show for like publicize a live event happening in school, then the most suitable out of the given values, out of the given answers here is live streaming. So I can live stream the event, so anyone in the world can join. So YouTube is a platform majority of the people use for live streaming, but there are other platforms as well apart from YouTube. Never knew there was an instant messaging. We literally learned this in the class last week, in the online class. I mean, we did not start this third lesson in the physical yet. Not this Wednesday, week before the last Wednesday, we learned about the four communication methods. So there I told you instant messaging. WhatsApp comes on instant messaging. Massaging. Oh yeah, just now okay. I didn't understand what part you're referring to. Nice. See, there's the instant massaging. Wow, what a way of communication. I seriously did not notice it, Ira. Good eyesight. Principal sent the soft copy of the invitation of school sports meet to the zonal education director and other directors of education. Okay. So if principal is going to send the invitation, to send invitation, you can use a email application is also applicable, instant messaging is also applicable. Let's go through the other questions and then decide what is more suitable. Huh? The third question, sending the message to the parents about their children's attendance to the school instantly. Okay. If you want to send a message to the parents about their children's attendance to the school, again for that also, instant messaging is also suitable, email is also suitable. Let's go through the remaining and see. Okay. The managing director of the company held discussion about the progress of the company with the managers of the branches island-wide. Okay. So if you want to have a discussion about the discussion, like they want to have a the managing director wants to have discussion with the other branches, like there are different multiple branches managers. If you want to have a discussion, then for that video conferencing is suitable. Video conferencing. No, you can't directly take that. Just because the word message is there, you can't do. Because technically, if you're going to send the message to the parents about their children's attendance, okay, to send the message regarding attend like this attendance, if you're going to send it instantly, email you can do it quickly, easily. Through email, you can send the attendance very easy. Through a system, you can do. You can't incorporate instant messaging easily. I mean, Telegram you can do. WhatsApp is not very easy to connect to a system. Okay. So that's why I'm just noticing here. Principal send the copy of the invitation of school sports meet to the zonal department and other department of directors of education. Okay. Now here in this question B, it's a communication happening between the principal and zonal education department director and other directors of education, right? So normally when you're having a formal communication, right? When you're having a formal communication or let's say communication between companies and all, they don't encourage the communication happening through instant messaging applications. So WhatsApp, Viber, Telegram, these are instant messaging applications. Formal communication is not encouraged to be done using instant messaging application. So therefore, it is more suitable to use email here. And because sending attendance is not something formal, it's something very general, you can use instant messaging. But practically executing this is not easy unless you use applications like Telegram. In WhatsApp, you can't do it. You can, but it's not very easy and it's expensive as well. In C, it says instantly. So that wouldn't the answer be instant message? No, you can't just directly depend on that. It's always depends on the context. So yeah. Why is it expensive? You want to know why is it expensive? You have to pay 35 rupees for 1,000 conversations. That means if you want to chat with 1,000 people, you'll pay $35. So $35 is equal to in rupees 11,000. So if you want to really pay 11,000 and pay, send message, send attendance. Okay, then you can do it. And it's not easy. You have to pay WhatsApp because you do it through WhatsApp API. Because manually you can't go and send for one each and every student. You incorporate this to a system. So when you're going to incorporate this to a system, this is the price. Now Telegram is free. If I'm going to send the same message using Telegram, it's free. WhatsApp you have to pay. What about social media? No, social media is a platform we use to communicate with people we don't know. So therefore, social media is not correct. You mean dollars, Ira? Depends. No, we pay actually. We do pay for certain APIs, so it should be worth it. No, if you take for Zoom, we're paying for the API. We, in a sense, like as developers, we pay. Now, if you take for Zoom also, we are what do you call when we are paying. No? So when you pay for Zoom, we get this option to where our application, if you're registering for the class, like you're using Master website, no? With the Master website, when you're purchasing the website, automatically your the date, whatever purchasing you do in the Master website, it is connected with Zoom as well. Sometimes you might notice you might get an email from Zoom as well saying like that you have registered and all those stuff. So that's because both of them are connected. So those are done using something called as API. Anyways, if you got these answers correct, put half marks each. Next, using SDLC, write down two approaches of system development. Okay. So when you're developing a system, there are two approaches we have. One is the waterfall model. What is the other approach? We have another one more approach of developing application. What is that? What is the lesson you're doing in online theory class? We have finished the third lesson. So we will be starting the fourth lesson next week. Correct. The other one we have is iterative, incremental model. So if you mention these two answers, you get half marks each. Compare the differences between the above mentioned system development approaches. Okay, nice. So when you compare waterfall model and iterative incremental model, some differences we can notice between them. So I just W and I, my convenience. Okay. In waterfall model, that's an approach when if you take SDLC has six phases: identifying requirements, then designing the system, and then coding, testing, deployment, maintenance. There are six phases. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are six steps, developing an application. Okay. So waterfall model is something where you complete one phase entirely, and once you're done with one phase entirely, then only you might start the second phase. So what I mean by entirely is, let's say if you're creating a system, like let's say you're going to create WhatsApp below. WhatsApp has three main features. Let's say WhatsApp has a message feature, WhatsApp has a call feature, and WhatsApp has a status feature. So waterfall model is where you might identify, first step is identifying requirement. In waterfall model, you might identify the requirements for messaging, calling, status killer, the whole system's requirement you might identify, and then only you might start designing the messaging, designing the calling, designing status. Then you might start coding the messaging, coding the calling, coding the status killer. In waterfall model, we complete a stage entirely and then only go for the next stage. We complete a stage entirely and then only go for the next stage. So it's like a phase by phase approach. But if you take iterative incremental model, again, there also we have the same six phases only: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we have six phases in developing the application. And let's say again, we're going to build WhatsApp below. Again, WhatsApp has three main features: no? Messaging, calling, and status. But here, what we're going to do is we're going to first of all identify the requirements for messaging, design the messaging, code the messaging, test it, publish it. And once we're done with the messaging section, so let's say messaging section is completely done. Once you're done with messaging section, you will be releasing the app also. So now if you download WhatsApp, WhatsApp has only one feature, you can message. So after you publish the messaging, then only you might go and start the identifying requirements for calling. And then you might design the calling section. You might code the calling, test the calling. You might publish the calling. So once you have published the calling, then only you might go for the status. So waterfall model is like a phase by phase approach, iterative incremental model. It's like a requirement by requirement approach, or else you can say like feature by feature approach. Okay. So if you take waterfall model, one of the difference is in the beginning itself, all the requirements has to be mentioned. Only if you have the entire application's requirement, you can even go for the next phase of designing. But if you take iterative increment model, the entire application's requirement you don't need in the beginning. At least a part of the application's requirement if you have. See, only the messaging section's requirement if you have, we can start the work. So one difference you can say is in waterfall model, all requirements has to be defined. Yeah, when you say what you call approaches is talking about okay, approaches system deployment. Sorry. I did the development. What I mentioned here is the two development approaches. Okay, I'll first of all tell you the development approach is difference, and then I'll give you the deployment approaches. Okay. So if you're taking deployment approaches, so development approaches, one is yes, in waterfall model, all the requirements has to be defined in the beginning. All requirements has to be defined in the beginning. Apart from that, if you take iterative increment model, that's the opposite of that. In terms of iterative increment model, there's one advantage we have. Now tell me, when you compare waterfall model and iterative increment model, the time taken to complete the entire application, is it same or different? Like to complete the full application. Can you start with any feature you want? Well, yeah, any feature you want, you can start. Mostly you might start with the most important feature. Tell me the time taken to build the entire application, is it same or different? The full application, like the completing the full application? No, Zia, it's not same. Yeah, it's deployment. I read that as development. Sorry, my bad. No, Shazam, they're relevant to development. My bad. Okay, let's say each step is going to be 1 minute. Practically no, but let's say each step is 1 minute. Huh? If I'm saying each step is 1 minute, I'll just show the waterfall model and iterative increment model. So let's see the waterfall model. Okay, so let's say there are three sections in WhatsApp. There is a messaging section, and then call section, and then status section. Okay. So in waterfall model, you're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 steps. No? In waterfall model, first of all, you must identify the requirements for the messaging section. So let's say identifying requirements. Then you have designing. Then you have coding. Then you have testing and debugging. Then you have deployment. Then you have maintenance. Now, if you take what you call the waterfall model, you might first of all complete an entire phase. That means you might identify the requirements for what you call the messaging, then calling, then status. Then step 4 is this, step 5 is this, step 6 is this. Step 7, you might code the messaging. Step 8, you might code the calling. Step 9, you might code the status. Step 10 might test the messaging. 11 is you might test the calling. 12 is you might test the status. 13 is you might test the deployment. So deploy the messaging. 14, deploy the call. 15, deploy the status. Then 16 is here. 17 is here. 18 is here. Okay. So total, we have taken 18 steps. If I take waterfall model, it's going to be something like this. An iterative increment model, iterative incremental model. If I take iterative increment model, how it works is you go in a requirement by requirement or feature by feature approach. No? So first of all, you must identify the requirements for messaging, then design the messaging, code the messaging, test the messaging, deploy it, killer. This is how it goes. Okay, so 7 here, 8 here, 9 here, 10 here, 11 here, 12 here, and then 13 here, 14 here, 15 here, 16 here, 17 here, 18 here, 19. Sorry. Okay. Now compare both of them and say, tell me, let's say each step is going to take 1 minute. The total number of minutes taken to, let's say, complete, is it same or different? Like to complete the full application, to complete the entire project, the amount of steps we have taken, is it same or different? It's same. So waterfall model and iterative increment model, if you notice here, to complete the entire application, it's the same amount of time taken. Huh? Same amount of time taken to complete the entire application. But let's say each step is taking 1 minute. Then in that situation, tell me, the messaging section, it's published in how many minutes in the waterfall model? Deployment means publishing, no? So we are publishing the messaging section in how many minutes? In the waterfall model. Perfect. In waterfall model, in 13 minutes, it's published. But if you take iterative incremental model to publish the messaging section, how many minutes you have taken? And correct, 5 minutes. Okay. Look at the call section. To publish the call section in the waterfall model, how many minutes have we taken? Like at the end of how many minutes? Like from the time we started, average, let's say each section take 1 minute. Perfect. In 14 minutes, we have published it. But to publish the calling section in the iterative incremental method, how many minutes have we taken? 11 minutes. So even though the time taken to complete the entire application is same, okay, even though the time taken to complete the entire application is same, the time taken to see at least a part of the system, not the complete system, but at least one part of the system, you can see it faster. See, in 5 minutes, you can see at least a application with only messaging. Now, if you look at WhatsApp, it will have only messaging feature. After 11 minutes, now the calling feature is there. After 17 minutes, you have the status as well. But waterfall minute, what you call model, it takes time to see at least a part of the application. So to complete the application at the same time, but the difference is at least to see a part of the application, it's fast in iterative increment model. Is that clear? So you can't tell iterative increment model is fast, but you can say at least a part of the system can be seen quickly. At least a part of the system can be seen quickly. So time taken to complete the entire project, if you ignore the time waste, okay, if you're going to have the same efficiency, it's same. Okay, so that's the difference. Anyways, this is not talking about the deployment approach. My bad. These are talking about the development approach. Huh? So these are called the development approach. If you're going to talk about the deployment approach, deployment means publishing the application. To publish the application, there are 4 methods we can use. Okay, there are 4 methods. You can choose one of them. Tell me, what is the method where we replace the old application with the new application? Let's say there's an old system a company already has. Let's say you're going to throw the old system and start using only the new system. How do you call that type of deployment as? Perfect. Replacing the old system with the new system, we call that as direct deployment. Directly we are replacing. So direct deployment. How do you call the deployment where you're having the old system and new system both, but you're mainly using new systems? Like for example, you're using a pen. You bought a new pen now. So now you have 2 pens. You're mainly writing with the new pen, but for backup, you have your old pen as well. How do you call that as? Perfect. That's called the parallel deployment. Then, how do you call the deployment where without publishing the application for everyone, you're going to publish for a small group of people? Perfect. If you're going to publish your application only to a small group of people, we call that type of deployment as pilot deployment. And then without publishing application all at once, if you're going to publish the application part by part, that's how the iterative increment model works. Like for example, when releasing WhatsApp, without releasing the full application at once, you might first of all release only the messaging feature. After a couple of weeks or after a couple of months, you might add the call. So now version 2 will have call and message both. After a couple of weeks or month, you'll have the version 3, which is call, message, and status. Perfect. That's called the phase deployment. Do we have more differences between waterfall and iterative increment model? Yes, we have. That is, you can say in the waterfall model is, you can say iterative increment model. At least the power system can be seen. That is one advantage. And then you can say doing changes in waterfall model, making changes after phase is completed is not convenient. In the iterative increment model, we can make changes mid of development without any issues. That's one. Then waterfall model, it's suitable for small scale project. Iterative increment model, it's suitable for complex projects as well. And waterfall model is, yeah, those are the main differences. But these are the main difference. Okay, so the questions is compare the difference about the above mentioned system development approaches. So I told you, no, so you can choose two and you can show the difference. Like if you say direct deployment in parallel, then you can say in direct, we're replacing the old system with new system. In parallel, we keep both them running. Or if you wrote direct and pilot, you can say direct, we're replacing old with new. But pilot, we're releasing new only for a small group of people. So whatever definitions I told you earlier, you can write that as the differences. So the marks, how it will be broken down is for mentioning two approaches, you will get half marks each. And for the differences, you can mention 1 mark there. Can you show the spreadsheet you made? This is the spreadsheet. Can you explain pilot one more time? Yeah, sure. So, okay, Isma. Talha, I don't like you commenting on other people's message like that. If you message once more, I'll put you out of the class. What do you call in terms of pilot deployment, that's something like this. For example, let's say I bought a new pen. Okay, I have my, in my purse, I have all these days I'm using a pen. I have a current pen, right? Now I bought a new pen. So I have the old pen and new pen. This is old and this is new. All right. I'll use a more simple example. Let's say, for example, I'm creating a system to to create the report card, to generate report card. Okay. So without releasing the system for all the grade teachers, let's say I'm going to release this system only for grade 10 and 11 teachers, like O-level teachers. So now in the school, you have from grade 1 to grade, let's say let's say the school has from grade 1 to grade 11. But without releasing for the grade 1 to 9 teachers, I'm going to release only for grade 10 and 11 teachers. So what I've done is without releasing the application for everyone, I have released the application only for a small group of people. So now let's say the grade 10 and 11 teachers, they're going to use for a couple of weeks or months, or yeah, mostly months, okay? After they use for a couple of months, they might tell some issues they might come across or some problems they have or some suggestions they have. Killer. While using the system for days and weeks and months, they'll have one improvements they'll come across with. They'll come up with. So after all those discussion, once you know, okay, now the application is a perfect stable application. So once you figure out, okay, now we have created a perfect application, then we might release it for everyone. That's what pilot deployment is. Without releasing for everyone at once, first of all, release for a small group of people. Once they're happy and once everything is sorted, then you might give everyone to use. Is that clear? Yes, Rashida. Okay. In terms of phase deployment, how phase deployment works is without releasing a full application at once. That is, for example, if you take what do you call, let's say, application like WhatsApp. Let's say I'm developing WhatsApp. When I'm publishing WhatsApp to the Play Store, WhatsApp will have the version 1 will have only one feature. That is only messaging. Then after a couple of weeks or after a couple of months, after I finish making the call feature, so between the time period, I'll be making the call feature. So after I'm done making the call feature, I'll put an update for the Play Store. So now you can go and update it. So the updated version will have messaging and call, both the features. Okay. After a couple of months, I'll have the version 3. So let's say version 3 will have the messaging, call, and status. So let's say I publish the what you call version 1 in January. Let's say I publish the version 2 in February. And let's say I publish the version 3 in March, averagely. Now imagine if I'm going to wait and publish the application all at once, then you will see the WhatsApp only in March. It will take time. But because I'm going to what you call publish the application multiple versions, in January itself, you are able to see the application. So phase deployment is where without publishing the full application at once, you might publish little by little, little by little. Is that clear? Yes, how I will be sending. Okay, if you have any questions, drop in the chat. We're going for the next one. Huh? According to the pseudocode given below, how many times are the results printed? Okay. So given a question in the pseudocode, and if you're asking the output, like results are printed, indirectly they're asking the output, no. Always draw something called as a dry run. To draw the dry run, first of all, you should identify what are the. Yes, Shaza, I'll be sharing it in the channel. Okay. To draw the dry run, first of all, you should figure out what are the variables we have. So go through this pseudocode and first of all, tell me what are the variables you all can notice here. Perfect. Variables are these letters or names we use to store values in a programmer. So we have a variable called P and we have another variable called Q. So I wrote one column for P and one column for Q. Apart from variables, the second thing you should know to draw the dry run is the conditions. So go through this program and first of all tell me how many conditions you all can see. Perfect. There are two conditions. Okay. So one of the conditions we have is the value of P less than or equal to 2? Another condition we have is the value of Q less than or equal to 1. So you have one column each for every unique variable, one column each for every unique condition, and one common column to include all the output. So first of all, draw the dry run. One column each for every variable, one column each for every condition, and one common column for all the outputs. You start filling the table by following the instructions from top to bottom. The first instruction is P equals 1. For the label P, I come and write here, the value is 1. Second instruction is Q equals 0. I come and write here, the value of Q is 0. So now these two are done. The third instruction we have is while P is less than or equal to. If you look at the value of P, is it less than or equal to? Yes, true. So how the while loop works is in while loop, we have the condition here. We go and check, is the condition true or false? In while loop, the repetition happens when the condition is true. So I thought a shorter way to remember that. Remember the World Trade Center. That is while loop, if the condition is true, you continue. So while true, continue. Perfect. So in this situation, it's true. So therefore, we are going to follow the instructions from here to here. So while loop starts with the word call while, it ends with the word call end while. So whatever instruction that's there in between, we are going to follow. Now in this situation, inside the while loop, there's another while loop. So there's a repetition. Inside that repetition, there's another repetition. So second instruction, we're going to go and say while Q is less than or equal to 1. If you look at the value of Q, is it less than or equal to 1? Yes, true. So because this condition is true, we're going to follow the instructions between this while and this end while. The instructions inside this gap, we're going to follow. So the first instruction we have here is, so this is relevant to here, this is relevant to here. We have the instructions print P into Q. P is 1, Q is 1. So if P is 1, Q is 0. P into Q means 1 times 0. So output is going to be 0. So print is a word used to output. So output is going to be 0. Up to here, is it clear all of you? While do is used in which type of control structure? Repetition. If you have any questions, drop in the chat. Huh? Next instruction, Q equals Q plus 1. Always an equation, keep in mind. You have to solve whatever is there on the right side and assign the answer for whatever is mentioned in the left-hand side. Okay. How did you find output? Because the question has mentioned a print P into Q. So what is the value of P? P is 1. Q is 0. So 1 times 0 is how much? 0. So that's why output here is 0. Is that clear, Rakesh? Okay, so we have the equation there as Q equals Q plus 1. Always keep in mind the equation, we are solving the right-hand side and assigning the value for the left-hand side. So let's solve this equation, Vilu. To solve the equation, we're going to go through the table. Look at the table, and if you look at the table, you can see the value of Q is currently 0, right? So I'm going to take the value of Q and I'm going to add 1. So 0 plus 1 is equal to 1. So now the value of Q has changed. The new value of Q is equal to 1. I'm coming to the table and I'm going to update here. I'm going to mention the value of Q has changed. Now the value of Q is 1. Okay, I've come and changed here. The value of Q is 1. I'm done with that as well. Now, what's special about the while loop is when you reach the end while, you'll again go and check the condition. In while loop, what's special is you'll again go and check the condition. So again, if I come and check the condition, is the value of Q less than or equal to 1? What do you think the result is going to be? True or false? If I again come and check the value of Q is equal to 1, what's going to be the result? True or false? Correct. Currently Q is 1. If you go and check is Q less than or equal to 1, yes, the result is going to be true. So I'm going to mention it true. Okay, I'm going to mention it true. Then because it's true, I'm going to follow the instructions inside. The first instruction is print P into Q. So the value of P is 1, Q is 1. So 1 times 1 is 1. So I'm going to output here the value as 1. So I'm done with that as well. The next instruction is Q equals Q plus 1. Tell me, after I follow this instruction, what will be the new value of Q? Correct. Q plus 1. So always left-hand side, we find the new value. Right-hand side, we have the current value. Currently, Q is actually 1. So Q plus 1 means 1 plus 1. The new value of Q is going to be 2. Okay, so I'm done following this. Now, next instruction, end while. When you reach end while, you'll again go and check the condition. So again, if I go and check the condition, is the value of Q less than or equal to 1? What's going to be the result? True or false? Is the value of Q less than or equal to 1? True or false? Perfect. That's going to give you false. So tell me, while loop, do we continue or do we stop the repetition if the condition is false? Perfect. While loop, if this condition is false, we stop the repetition. So now what I'm going to do is I'm stopping the repetition and I'm going to go for the instruction after end while. So after end while, the instruction we have is P equals P plus 1. Again, use the same idea I told earlier and tell me, when I follow the instruction P equals P plus 1, what's going to be the new value of P? There is no connection between rows and columns. The dry run is just a way to record values. So don't try to form connections between columns and rows. There is no connection between columns and rows here. Don't don't see a connection between columns and rows. These are all individual columns. Technically, I should draw 5 different tables for this. So don't try to form connections between these. Why did you put 2 in? Because I follow the instruction Q equals Q plus 1. Early the value of Q was 1. So after I follow this instruction, 1 plus 1 became 2. See, we had a value called 1 here, no? That 1 only was used here. What is Shamla? Like before I came for this instruction, before I went and checked the condition, before I got false here, before I came for end while, I came for q equals q plus 1. So when I came for q equals q plus 1, the value of q was already 1. So 1 plus 1 became 2. So after q became 2 only, the condition also became false. Makes sense, Shabna? So till it's false, we can use p equals p plus 1. Yes, Fatima. In C, it stays. Okay, I'll answer the question. What about p is less than or equal to? We didn't still reach the end value, no. Only if you reach this end value, you go and check that condition. We didn't still reach that condition. Only if you reach, sorry, only when you reach end while here, you go and check the condition. Because if you look at this structure here, these are two different while loops. This is one while loop. This whole thing is one while loop. This whole thing here to here is one while loop. So you follow these instructions. When you reach this end while, you again go and check this condition. This is one while loop. Then this whole thing is one while loop. Only if I reach this end while, I have to go and check this condition. So I didn't still reach this end while. Got it? End while shows a border that from here the while loop is ending. Then don't we put anything in the output column? We put the value in the output column only if you follow this instruction. We didn't follow the instruction. No. We follow the instruction only for 0 and 1. That's why I'm saying you have to go in the order. You follow an instruction, record it. Follow an instruction, record it. Follow an instruction, record it. If you miss that order, you can't find it easily. Where did you miss it? So we have to repeat the condition q is less than or equal to 1 until it's over. Only then we can go to the other condition. Yeah. Because this is a repetition structure. This whole thing is a repetition structure. This thing you have is a repetition structure. So you have to follow all the instructions inside again and again. Okay. And until this condition is false, it keeps on rotating. So only after the condition becomes false, you can come to this instruction p equals p plus 1. Is that clear, Mariam? You can come to this instruction only when the previous one is false. Okay. So now after you follow p equals p plus 1, again how that works is when you say p equals p plus 1, the new value of p is equal to current value of p plus 1. Currently, you can see the value of p is 1. If you look at the table, current value of p is 1. So 1 plus 1 becomes 2. So after I follow this instruction, the value of p is changing, p is becoming 2. So now when I reach the end while, I again go and check the condition. So when I again come and check the condition, is the value of p less than or equal to, currently the value of p is 2. So if I go and check this condition, is p less than or equal to, what's the result? True or false? Correct. That's going to give you true. So because that condition is giving you true, we're going to come inside the loop. We're going to follow the instructions inside here. Okay. So we're going to follow the first instruction while q is less than or equal to 1. Tell me when I now come and check the condition, is q less than or equal to 1? What's the result? True or false? Perfect. When I come and check is q less than or equal to 1, that's going to give me false. So if that condition is going to give me false, should I follow the instructions within the while loop? These two instructions? Should I follow them? Ira, if I have a similar question, I'll do. If I tell that now, it will be confusing for others. Because that's not relevant here. No? Exactly. So because that condition is false, there's nothing to follow. You skip the end while and go for the instruction after end while. Okay. So after end while, we have p equals p plus 1. Tell me, if I follow this instruction now, what will be the new value of p? Again, new value is equal to current value plus 1. Perfect. Currently p is 2. So current value plus 1 is 2 plus 1. So new value is going to be equal to 3. Now when I come for end while, I again go and check my condition is p less than or equal to. So now if I come and check is p less than or equal to, what's the result? True or false? That's going to be false. So while loop, if the condition is false, should you continue or should you stop the loop? Perfect. You have to stop the loop. So you go for the instruction after end while. So after end while, the next instruction we have is end. So when you end, the program finishes. So the program finish, the results we got was 0 and 1 only. So there are two outputs. There is 0 and 1. So always try drawing the dry run and make sure you don't randomly fill the table. You follow an instruction, record it. Follow an instruction, record it. Follow an instruction, record it. If you go in that pattern, there's a high chance you'll get the answer correct. If you got this correct, mark it correct, put 2 marks there. If you have any questions, drop in the chat. Then Roman number 8. Write down an advantage and disadvantage of cloud computing system. Okay. So normally when you're using a computer, there are two approaches of how you could use a computer or use the resources of a computer. If I keep column for p equals p plus 1, is it wrong? If I keep a column for, I mean, dry run is not something that's there in your syllabus. So no one is going to even bother checking your dry run. At the end of the day, you should draw something as output killer. But in my suggestion, I'll be like, have one column for every unique variable. So each column is basic. The purpose of having the columns is if you're going to store the value of P, store the value of Q. If you're going to store all these value in your head, it's too much pressure for your head. So these PQ is basically there to store the values of the variables. So if you get a random question here, what is the value of P when the program ended? You know it's 3. If you get a question asking what is the value of Q when the program ended, you know the value is 2. So use unique columns. Don't repeat the variables is my suggestion. How to take output? Are you blind? Can't you see here? Last column is output, means directly there. There are the numbers of there are they are the number of times asking. Okay, some question they're asking how many times are the results printed? Oh shoot, my bad. In this question, they're not asking what are the outputs. The question is asking how many times are the results printed. So we have how many times are the results printed? My bad. Correct. The results are printed twice. So answer is twice. My bad. Answer is twice or else 2 times. So if you mention twice, you get 2 marks there. Isn't there 3 outputs for the pseudocode because 2 times 2 output, 2 times 2? Who said 2 times 2? I mean, you literally saw me filling this table, right? The answer will be 2 times, right? Yes. Who is asking the value of P1 key? The question is asking how many times are the results printed. Results are printed means they're asking how many times something is being outputted. So there's only 2 outputs. Apart from these two, there was nothing else that could output. Other values did not get output. 2 marks for that? Yes, 2 marks for that. That's why I'm saying always draw the dry run, means if you drew the dry run, you literally have the proof. There are only 2 times it is displayed. Okay. So coming back to this cloud computing question, when you take a computer, there are two approaches of how you can use a computer. Okay. If you're when you take using the computer, I'm talking about using the hardware or else using the resources of a computer. What I mean by using hardware resources, for example, using the computer to store data and using the computer to process data. Okay. When I say using a computer, I'm talking about using the resources. So what I mean by resources is the storage and processor, right? If you're going to store data on your computer, or if you're going to use your computer to process your data, that's called local computing. Okay, if I'm going to use my computer to store my data, if I'm going to use my computer to process my data, I call this local computing. Third lesson, Shekhar. But without using my computer to do this task, if I'm going to use another computer, let's say I'm going to use another computer. So let's say I'm going to use another computer to store my data, or else another computer to process my data. And let's say the data I have in this computer, let's say I can access it with the help of internet. Let's say using internet, I can access the data I have stored in that computer, or I can access the data that's processing in that computer. Okay. And that's what we call as cloud computing. So I'll give you an example to make you understand this. Okay. Now, if you take Google Drive, we're now storing files in Google Drive. Where is a file stored? Is a file stored in our computer, or is a file stored on another computer? Where files stored? We're now storing files on Google Drive. Ours or another? Correct. When you store files on Google Drive, the files are stored on another computer, not on, for example, let's say I have my laptop here. I take my laptop. If I go and store a file in Google Drive, the files are not stored on my computer. These files are stored on another computer. It's Google Drive, Google's server computer. It's a computer owned by Google. That's where all the data is stored. So it is not taken. For example, if you take this PDF you have here as well, I'm sharing a PDF here, right? This PDF is not stored on my laptop. I'll show you a proof if you want. If I go for my drive, I'll go to my drive. I'll open ICT classes. Let's take pre-seminars, 12th July, 12 PF. Okay, this is my Google Drive. You open in a new tab. Okay, I'm open this PDF here. It's loading. See the Google Drive link. Huh? Okay, see everything I wrote, even the one I wrote just now. See the one I wrote just now. But did you all see me coming and uploading in Google Drive? Like front of you, did I upload the file to Google Drive? Did I upload this file to Google Drive manually? Did you all see me a process of like uploading the file to Google Drive? Yes or no? No, I didn't do anything, right? I just wrote here. Whatever I wrote here, I just save here. This is, you can see it's like on my browser. It's direct running on my browser. When I save it, it's automatically updated here. That is because this file that you're seeing here is not stored on my computer. This file is stored. This file is to store this file. It is not consuming my laptop's hard disk space. It's not taking my laptop's hard disk space. It's storing on Google Drive. Okay. So this is what we call as cloud computing. Without storing the files on your device, you are storing the files on another device, and you're accessing those files using internet. So Google Drive is an example for cloud computing. But if I'm going to store a file on my laptop, that's local computing. Like for example, if I'm going to go to my file, let me open a file in my laptop. Like if I take this file, this is a file that's there on my computer. So this file is local computing. I have stored it on my laptop. Is that safe? Yeah. If I share you all that link of this PDF, you all can't open it unless I make it public. So I can control the access. Okay. So basically, if you're using your personal computer to store data process, that's local computing. If you're using another computer to store process, that's cloud computing. For else, I'll take another example. All of you have used ChatGPT, right? When you use ChatGPT, it takes some time to process your data, right? It's like finding the answer, like, okay. So that processing, is it happening on your computer or is the processing happening on another computer? Where is it processing? Ours or another? Same. That's also happening on the computer. So if the processing is going to happen on another computer, that's called cloud computing. Now, if you take my laptop, I'll just show you one application. In this application, I can come and upload a PDF. Okay. When I upload a PDF, I use AI to process data. If I come and upload it here, it will use an AI on my laptop. The reason my laptop earlier got stuck was because there are some AIs running in the background. So what do you call it? It will process on my laptop. But the same thing, if I go and upload it here, if I upload it here, it will be processed on my server. You can see it's taking time to load also. That's because it's there on the server, not on my laptop. Whoa, why is it taking so long time? Okay, fine. So if I upload a file here, it will get processed on my server. So the same application I can have. It's that's a complex different topic. But if you look at my laptop in the background, there are some AI processors running. That's why a while ago, so you might notice that laptop got freezed. So the point is, if you are going to use your laptop to or your device to store a process, that's local. If you're going to use another device, you're going to access that device using internet, that's cloud computing. So first of all, tell me, are you clear on the difference of local computing and cloud computing? Yes or no? Okay. So the question is saying write down an advantage and disadvantage of cloud computing system. Right. Now, if you take what you call the Google Sheets, this is Google Sheet, right? Just like Google Sheet, now Google Sheet is the application you can use to create spreadsheet. Tell me another application we have to create spreadsheets. Other famous application we have to create spreadsheet. Perfect. Another famous application we have to create spreadsheet is Microsoft Excel. Now, mostly, if you want to use Microsoft Excel, now there is Microsoft Excel has a different version, but generally, if you want to use Microsoft Excel, we have to download and use it. But Google Sheet, I mean, is it necessary for me to download Google Sheet as a separate application? No. So this is basically this Google Sheet is an example for a cloud computing system. Okay. The alternate we have for Google Sheet is Microsoft Excel. So Microsoft Excel is local computing. Google Sheet is cloud computing. So here the processing, storing, everything is happening on the cloud. So one advantage of cloud computing systems is you don't have to, for advantage, you can say, don't need to download the application. Don't need to. I mean, you phrase it properly. Yeah. When you're writing the answer, you can write it neatly. It is not required to download and install the application. Don't need to download the application. So without downloading the application, you can use it directly through the browser. Okay, cloud computing systems, without downloading it, you can directly use it on your browser. Second thing is, in terms of storage, when I use Google Sheet, all these data, are they stored on my hard disk? No. So another advantage you can write is it does not require much storage space on our computer. You can mention that as an advantage as well. If they ask multiple advantage, you can mention does not require much storage space on our device. Server storage, you need space in the server. It says that our computer, you don't need space. Can you let internet itself provides space to store data? Yeah. But when you say internet itself, killer, internet is not a public organization where Dana Dharam then organization. You have to go and buy a server. Okay. So you have to buy a server technically. Therefore, mentioning that answer is not something suitable. We can directly use in what? I didn't get your question, Shamla. Can we access cloud computing from anywhere at any time? Yeah, that's another advantage you can mention. You can access the data from anywhere at any time. So you can mention other advantages, can access the data from anywhere at any time. Lower cost. Not exactly. Sometimes cloud computing are expensive than local computing. The first advantage is we don't have to download the application to use it. We can directly use it through the browser. So Microsoft Edge, Google Chrome, these all browsers. Shamil. Okay. The disadvantage is I need something to use this application. If that get cut off, I can't access this application. What is that? The disadvantage is it requires a stable internet connection. So requires a stable internet connection. Like for example, if you take my setup, I don't easily store data on my personal computer because what do you call? There are chances I change the computer or I access the files from my phone or I just go for a random device and I'm gonna access from there. So I want my devices, my data available everywhere. So mostly I store my data on the cloud. So because of that, if you take my internet use, I use around like let's say in my phone, how much of data I've used? I just check in my phone and say. Um, I think around 300 GB it's showing me. I'm not sure exactly how much. That's the set date. Since 29th October, basically November. From November 2025 to July period, I have used, no, that's total around 1 TB of data I have used, more than 1 TB I have used. 1 TB plus just in the phone. So if I take, I have data here, and then here. So if I add all three together, it comes around for a monthly, I think around 300 GB minimum I use. So data is drinking for us because everything is in cloud. So that's the problem we have. Internet. Internet access is required. Just mentioning internet access is also fine, but better mention it requires a stable internet connection. Not exactly, Surya. How do you store in cloud computer? Google Drive is a free service which gives you 15 GB. But if you want more space, you can buy. So for example, I have one server I have bought from here. So if you're buying a server from here, you can pay around 12,000 and you can get space. But again, there are terms and conditions. Like you in this server, you can store only so you can't store videos and you can't store PDF. But you can store pictures. Pictures limit is 5 GB. Documents, there are limits. So this is one server I have. Apart from this server, I have this server. Actually, not that server. In this, I have the this server, and then I have a server, this server. So this server allows around 20 GB space. You can store PDF, you can store videos. There's no issues. So yeah, this is one server. So again, you have to pay for this. And then another server I have is here. Um, so to buy these servers, you get space basically. That's basically yeah, yeah, Ryan. Requires constant. Jose, for both the same answers. So my second server is basically, I think, so the third server, I think, yeah. So I think this server I have. Yeah. So these $12 a month. So you can buy servers, okay? Got to pay for it, but sad life, Ira. Next, what about security and privacy and risks? It's like you're buying your own computer, so you have to do all those stuff. You have to secure your data. So you have to do the respective programs and all those stuff to do it. So now just you can't all of you can directly access the data. All the data are protected. You have to have there is a password, you should know the IP address, everything. So it's a big picture. So it's not easy to hack, but again, after you buy the server, you have to make sure that you do the configurations. So yeah, it's all in your hand. Shai says it's all in your hand. Generally, it's you can't like if you just drag and drop the files there, your files are safe only. But still, at the end of the day, it's on the internet. When things are connected to the internet, it's easy to hack. Not very easy, but it's possible. Disadvantage is security concerns. If I'm storing a data on my computer, and let's say my computer has no connection to internet, so then the possibility of hacking is almost 0%. You can steal my data, but you can't hack my data. So hacking, if my internet is completely off, then hacking percentage is 0%. But if your data is indirectly, if your device is indirectly connected to the internet, then probability of hacking is there. So security is the only concern. It's not easy to hack. So firewall makes things hard, but it's possible. The thing is, it's possible. Not easy, but possible. It's like, for example, there are companies who have security guard, right? So just because security guards are there in those companies, can we guarantee until that those companies there will never be any fraud happening? Have you tried? Not. I have not tried hacking. I have done for my own devices, not for others. Okay, next. So match the most suitable software for the following activities. Editing a promotional soundtrack for a school function. YouTube Mixer, Audacity, GIMP, Vector, and Givata. Okay, first of all, I'll tell you the difference of these two. Audacity is an audio editing application. GIMP is a photo editing application. Vector and Giotto is an animation application. Using this, you can create animations. And YouTube Mixer is probably a video editing application. Okay. So editing a promotional soundtrack, for that you can use Audacity because it's a soundtrack, no? Audacity. These are fourth listener. Setting up a digital banner on a school achievement. So digital banner means it's a picture, no? So you can use GIMP for that. Creating an animation for school fag. For that you can use Vector in Giotto. It's Vector and C is missing here. Vectorian Giotto. And again, SBA here. Spellings are wrong here, okay? Make a documentary film about the school. So film is a video, no? So for that you can use YouTube Mixer. But for your information, half of these applications are dead. Like YouTube Mixer, I don't think it's alive at the moment. Vector in Giotto is also dead. Then what's the point of having such skills? I learned it for fun. GIMP is a software we can use to edit photos, like Photoshop. We have classes, Shabla. What about the computers we use? Are they standard firewall protection and antivirus software protect blah blah? Generally, all the devices has a soft firewall. All the devices has virus protection as well. But the sad reality is, any device that's connected to the internet, as long as your device is connected to the internet, there is a probability of hacking. It's not easy, it's possible. There's a difference between easy and possible. So I'm saying as long as your device has connection to the internet, there are possibilities to hack. Whatever device yours, it's possible. Your voice and the video is stuck in time to time. Is it an issue in my side? I think it's a issue in your side. Okay, often on the video in Oli. Do you see a difference? For the fourth and fifth lesson, which parts are more important for the exam? Fifth lesson, you should know the HTML tags. Fourth lesson, I'll do one thing. For the people who are here, there are 92 people. I'll give you a small gift. I think you all might have this. So what do you call? I'll give you some of my notes. And this PDF, I mean, this one is all my past tunes. So you can refer this is all the tunes, filled PDF. So you can just go through this. It's like a short note only at the end of the day, all the tunes. Boom. I sent everything in the chat. Enjoy. But yeah, fourth lesson, you just know about the difference. There's something called go through the tube because everything in the tube you have to know. Fifth lesson, just the tags. We can't copy in Zoom. You can't copy in Zoom. I can remember I made a small website for a like which you can be. Give me a moment. I can't send the channel. Very well. Then the people who did not join the Zoom meeting also they can get these resources. So these are only for you all because you all stayed for the last half an hour even. Can't we avoid hacking? Off your internet, you can avoid hacking. Completely in your inside your laptop, there's a device called NIC, Network Interface Card. Remove the network interface card, then the probability of hacking reduces. Super. I mean, this week, yeah, there is class, Shavna. Sorry. Coming Wednesday, we'll be starting the fourth lesson for information in online class. And in physical class, we'll be starting the third lesson. I think I created a website where you can access this dot notes. Can you share it to WhatsApp? Wait, I'll send you a link here. What's the difference between internet and Ethernet? Mostly Ethernet is a local network, and internet is like a public network. Uh, Didn't I put inside Master IT website? No, I put it in Master Online. I can't remember where I put it. That's the problem. Because I remember the same issue was there earlier. I made a small this one for that. Is it temp class? Master Online. .lk. No, not this also. Test purpose, ABH extra. I think extra. Yeah. This is grade 10, no? Maybe grade 11 at the. Okay, you can basically go for this link, masteronline.lk/extra/. So you can just type this and keep. Is my yes. You can just drop me WhatsApp message. I'll send you. This link is small to remember now. Must-download.ok/extra/. If you go to this, it's showing great and resources, but go and click on these all subject notes. So once you click on all subject notes, you'll get this Google Drive that has everything. You click on this tudes link, that will have all the tudes links. Okay. Enjoy, Shamla. What is the class lesson physical today? Physical, finish the second lesson. We'll be starting the third lesson coming week. Online, we'll be starting the fourth lesson coming week. The website track our computer and our details provided when we access each website. Certain website has the ability, certain website don't have. So there are limitations. Boring, Ira. Okay, next. The drive you sent before that had what? That had notes, all subject notes. It's there in the main chat, man. Let's go to the main chat. You have master1.k/extra/. Stole and saved it and renamed it. Enjoy. Do whatever you want. I don't care. Okay, next. Come back to the context. Yeah, it has all subjects. Like you can see my science notes also there. Yeah? The my notes. I said no personal chat with Zaifa. I don't teach, man, but I create. So yeah, if you go here, you have all those stuffs as well. Yeah, so I have given it. It's random with them. We just go and see here. There's multiple stuffs. Anyways, enjoy. See, these are like 4 or 5 physics lessons together. Yes, why am I showing you all this stuff? We'll just go and enjoy that link. Yeah, and yeah. Okay, come back to the context. When we use cloud, we use whose computers are we using? Where have you purchased from? If you're using Google Drive, you're using Google server. Exactly, Shaza. Okay. Next, a timer, mechanical switch, and motion sensor are attached to activate the bulbs near the gates of a smart home. Its function is as follows. Okay. So there is a timer and mechanical switch and a motion sensor, and they are attached to activate the bulb near the gate of a smart home. So near the house, near the gate, there is a bulb, it seems. And what do you call? You can control that bulb using three things: timer, switch, motion sensor. And the paragraph they have said the time is active 1 from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Okay, basically, this is something regarding logic gates. So I directly come for the situation. In logic gates, what happens is you have a circuit, right? This circuit will collect data from certain input devices. Mostly, these input devices will be either a switch or else the input device will be a sensor. So what this circuit will do is it will collect data from here, it will do some processing, and it will give the result to what it's controlling. Okay. Now, in this situation, what happens is we have a circuit we're creating, and to create this circuit, we're collecting data from timer, we're collecting data from a switch, and we are collecting data from a motion sensor. And end of the day, after we process this data, we're sending that data for the bulb. So bulb is what is getting controlled here. Okay. So first of all, make sure you have clarity by reading the paragraph on what are the devices used and what are we controlling. So that has to be clear. Okay. Now you read. Now always keep in mind whenever you take a switch has two possible states. One is the switch can be on, and what is the other state of a switch? Perfect. Apart from being on, the other state a switch can be is off. Similarly, when you take a sensor also, a sensor has two states. One state is a sensor can give you signals. Another state is a sensor will not give you any signals. So I can consider as on, off, true, false, active, inactive, anything is fine. At the end of the day, the meaning of on and the meaning of off is on means there is a signal. So what I mean by there is a signal means there is current basically. Current is passing by. That's what one means. And zero is representing off. And off means there is no signal going through or there is no signal coming from the sensor, which means no current is passed through the sensor. That's the idea of off. Okay. So when you look at the situation here, keep in your mind any sensor or any switch you take will definitely have only two states. One is 0 and 1. You just have to figure out what is the meaning of 0 and what is the meaning of 1. And you can figure out this meaning mostly by going through the question. So let's go through the question and figure it out. When you go to the first point mentioned there, it's mentioned timer is active. That means timer will give you 1 from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. That means timer, it will give you 1 from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. So I'm mentioning that here. In other cases, it's inactive, 0. It's essential that the timer is active for the bulb to function. Okay, they have mentioned an important data here. It's essential that the timer is active for the bulb to function. Okay, so 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. it is active, which means 1. So tell me from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. if it's active, then from what time to what time is the sensor inactive? Inactive is what time? If the timer is active from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., it's inactive at what time? Perfect. From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. The like from 6 p.m. to 6 p.m. 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. it's active, no? So from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. it's inactive. That's the idea. 6 exactly. To be more precise, 6:1 to 5:59. Okay, I'm not going to mention that. I just mention other, but other is representing that value. Okay. The motion sensor detects a motion. So motion sensor's purpose is to detect a motion itself. And when a motion occurs, it activates and lights up. The motion sensor detects a motion, and when a motion occurs, it activates and lights up. The timer must be active for that. Okay. So motion sensor has 0 and 1. 1 means the motion sensor has detected a motion, and 0 means it has not detected any motion. And as per the question, for the light to be on, the motion sensor has to activate. See, when the motion sensor activates, the light will be on itself. Next, bulb can be activated by activating the manual switch, and the timer must be activated. Okay, for the bulb to be on, there are two methods it seems. One method is by activating the manual switch, other method is by the timer. Fine. Now, in the question, they have not directly told the two states of a switch, but based on the available data, we can say 1 means switch is activated, activated means switch is on, and 0 means the switch is off. And in the question, directly they have not mentioned what is 0 and 1, but we can consider 0 to be the light being off and 1 for the light being on. That means light is bright. Okay. First of all, tell me, are you all clear on how I figure out this, how I wrote these stuffs here, which I wrote here? The 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, and the meanings of that. Is that part clear, all of you? Okay. Now, tell me, for the light to work, for the light to be on, what is our requirement from the timer? The timer has to be 0 or timer has to be 1? Perfect. What is our requirement from the switch? When switch is 0 or switch is 1? Perfect. What is our requirement from the motion sensor? 1 or 0? Again, 1. Okay. Now, in the question, have they mentioned that the timer, switch, and motion sensor all have to be on in the same time? Actually, no. If you read the question properly, they have said the bulb can be activated by activating the manual switch, activating the manual switch, and the timer must be activated. Okay, and the timer must be activated as well. Okay, so now the idea is saying that the timer has to be activated as well as the manual switch has to be activated. That's how it's mentioned. Okay. If you look at the diagram drawn here, we can see there's a motion sensor and there's a switch, right? So tell me, will the bulb be on when the motion sensor and switch? Okay, consider motion sensor and switch. The bulb will be on when motion sensor and switch, both of them give signal or at least one of them gives signal. Correct. Perfect. Actually, you can act now when you take those bulbs, there are two ways you can on that bulb. One way you can on that bulb is let's say you want to on the bulb on a random time. If you want to on the bulb on a random time, and if you go on the switch, it should work. If you on the switch, the light should be on. Okay. But apart from owning on the random time, if you want it to automatically on without manually owning it, if you want automatically on, for it to automatically on, it should detect a motion. So that means we don't need both. Like we don't need a motion and manual switch. Both are not required. At least if one of them are there. If either there is a movement or else someone has manually on the switch. Okay. So both are not required for the bulb to be on. At least one of them. If at least one of them is there, the bulb will be on. Okay. So what is the gate that gives the idea that if at least one of the input is true, the output will be true? Perfect. Okay. That's the OR gate. So OR gate will go and check is there someone moving? Won't the people on YouTube watch the live stream get access to your notes? I don't mind about that. I don't mind someone who's watching the recording, like someone put effort and put half 1, 2 hours or 3 hours of effort and got the notes. I don't have issues. But without joining Nikang, gather in the getting the notes, I don't like that. I don't mind sending, but they don't deserve it. That's the point. Okay, so coming back to the point, the OR gate works if the inputs are both one as well, right? Yes. So we want minimum one, right? So we are going to see is there a motion or is the switch on? Okay, if either one of them are present, we're going to decide to on the bulb. Now, in terms of timer, is it required for the timer to be on for the light to work? That means should the time be definitely between 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. for the light to work? Yes. Is that mentioned in the question anywhere? Which point? First point, second point, or third point? First point. If you read the first point, you can see they have mentioned here it is essential that the timer is active for the bulb to function. So that means we definitely need the timer to function. If the timer is not on, it should not work. So definitely this has to give 1. Only if this gives 1, the bulb should work. Apart from that giving 1, the another thing is there could be either a motion or a switch. Okay. If this was given. So what is the gate we can do to make sure that definitely timer has to be 1 and from motion and manual, either one of them has to give 1. Perfect. The gate that goes and checks are all the inputs 1. That is the AND gate. So result here should be the AND gate. So answer is going to be A is representing the OR gate and B is representing the AND gate. That's how the answer is going to be here. For the third one also they are saying the timer should be activated now. That is, they are saying for the bulb can be activated by activating the manual switch and the timer. That means they're just talking about this part. They're just saying that you can on the bulb by activating the manual switch and the timer. So there are two ways you can on the timer. So technically, if you read the question, what the question is saying is, in the last point, they're saying the bulb can be activated by activating the manual switch and the timer. So when you have the switch and timer, it will work, it seems. In the last point, they're saying switch and timer will work. In the one before the last point, they're saying the motion occurs, it activates the light. The timer must be active for that. So in the second point, they're saying when there's motion and timer, the bulb is activated. Something like that. So this is what is mentioned in the second point, and this is what is mentioned in the first point. Is that clear, Fatima? Perfect. What is a Boolean expression for this? So for the Boolean expression, first of all, we'll assign a letter. If I say timer is T, switch is S, motion sensor is M. Okay, so T and M, motion sensor, switch is S. If I do like that, it's going to be M plus S dot T equals B. Got it, Shamla? Final part you told for and. That's because what it the if you read the question properly, if you read the question properly, okay. Let's say they did not give the diagram. If they did not give the diagram, I'll show you how to identify. Okay. What you should do is after you do this once, I actually thought they didn't, I forgot the diagram is there. If the diagram is not there, I would not even wrote this 1 and 0. That's a different approach I was going to. I'll show that approach as well. So focus here. You're supposed to go through the question and figure out in which situation the bulb getting on. If you read the 3 points and the whole question here, the question is saying the light will be on when the motion sensor has detected a motion and the timer is giving a signal. These are point mentioned in the second point. In the third point, they have mentioned when the switch is on and when the timer is also giving you a signal, the bulb is on. Now, first of all, I will clear about these 2 points that I derived. This I derived from the second point that the motion and timer has to be on. This is the third point. Is that part clear? Okay. Perfect. So what you do is normally, if they had not given a diagram, if they have not given a diagram, keep in your mind, whenever we want a letter to be giving us a 1. Now, for example, you can see for all the inputs, I have assigned a letter, right? Whenever you want your input to give you 1, consider that as a letter as it is. If you want your input to give 0, consider that as the dash version of it or inverse version of it. So this is T, this is T dash. So that means if I want the switch to give me 1, that's S. If I want the switch to give me 0, that's S dash. Is that part clear? If I want the motion sensor to give me 1, it's take the letter as it is. If I wanted to give me a 0, then take as M dash. Perfect. So now using this, we can actually form the data. We can first of all form the Boolean expression using this. If I want the motion sensor to give me a signal, that means what am I referring to? M or M dash? If I'm saying for the bulb to be on, I want the motion sensor to give me a signal. That's M or M dash. Perfect. That is M. If I'm saying the word called AND, what is a Boolean symbol we used in logic gates? What is symbol we used to represent AND in Boolean algebra? Perfect. We use dot. And then if I want the timer also to be active, that means what is the letter I'm expecting from the timer? T or T dash? Perfect. Now, as per the question, as per what you read in the question, are they telling both these situations, it's compulsory for the motion and timer and switch? Is it telling like that? Is it telling that these are what you call two different situations? Or is it telling that these are one situation? Like I have wrote here 2 points, right? Is this 2 points, two situations, or is this whole thing one situation? Like for example, are they saying the motion sensor and the time and the switch, all three has to be on? Or they're saying there are two situations, the bulb will be on. One situation is motion sensor and timer. Second situation is switch and timer. So it's one situation or two situations. Correct. It's two situations. So that means there are two situations the bulb will be on. One situation is motion sensor is active and timer is active, or else the next situation it will be active is the switch and timer. So how can you represent the switch has to give us a signal? S or S dash. Perfect. That's S. And then to represent the word called and, I'm going to use a dot. How do you represent a timer has to give us a signal? T or T dash. Perfect. T. If they say timer has to be inactive, then I should use what? T or T dash. If they say when the switch is active and timer is inactive, then I should use T or T dash. Perfect. In that situation, I should use T dash. Okay. So only if they want to use, if they are saying I have to use a T dash, if the timer has to be inactive or switch has to be off or motion has to be not detected, then only use the inverse version. Now, without using the word called or in Boolean algebra, what do we use for or? What symbol? These are two different situations. So what is for? What is the symbol we use? Perfect. The symbol we have is plus. So technically, if they had not given the diagram, I will be writing the Boolean algebra is like this. Okay. So if you ask me, are these both the same? Yes, these both are same. If you simplify this long equation, you'll come to this. In your syllabus, you all don't have how to simplify it. But if you simplify the long equation, you'll end up with this. Actually, you can simplify using mathematical knowledge. It's not there in the syllabus. I'll teach you, but okay. In maths, so mostly if you take AND gate, we some people might say AND gate is actually multiplication. It's not actually multiplication. It's like how multiplication works. Okay. Now imagine M and T as multiplication, S and T is multiplication. If I give you a mathematical equation like this, xy plus, let's say xy plus zy, you can simplify this like this, right? You can simplify this as y into x plus z. You all know this one, right? Common factor is y, take the common factor out, and then y into x plus y. This is, you all know this part, right? You can simplify. You can say apply that same rule here as well. If you apply that same rule here, look at both the brackets and tell me what is the common factor you can see here. If it's zero, we use t dash. Yes, Chef. No. Um, kind of yes, rare. Is there any chance for questions expecting combination logic? It's can be Shazana, but we can do that without combination as well. Correct. The common factor is t. So I can represent this as t into m plus s. So multiplication is AND gate, so I represent the reason dot. Now, is that the one they have given the question basically? So this Boolean algebra simplification, this is not there in O levels. This is there in A levels. If I am not wrong, this is called, I think, De Morgan's law. Is it De Morgan's law? No, it's not. No, it's distribution law. It's distribution law. It's distribution law. It's distribution law. It is not De Morgan's. I think it's distribution. Uh, no, it's not De Morgan's law. It's distribution law. Distribution law. I think I forgot the name of the laws in logic gates. In A levels, you have that. You learn in A levels. So in A levels, you will be learning these laws. So as per laws, this comes under distributive law. Okay, distributive or distribution, yeah. So if you are doing A level ICT, you will learn this. You can need it as well to enter in the class. But as yeah. Did you choose IT for A levels? If so, is it easy? For me, it was easy. That doesn't mean it'll be easy for you as well. Anyways, you'll be learning the A level ICT. For oral knowledge, if you even if they did not draw the diagram, without the diagram, if they ask you to draw the circuit, then if you draw this, it's more than enough. This is also correct. But again, did you all understand the way I approach this question? First of all, figure out what is 1, what is 0. After figure out what is 1 and what is 0, just give these values. 1 is t and 0 is dash. Mention all the f's. and then figure out in the points mentioned in which situation the bulb will be on, and convert this in English to Boolean expression. So once you convert this English to Boolean expression and using the Boolean expression, drawing the diagram is easy. So go in that approach. For me, it was easy. Depends from person to person, it'll vary, Shazam. Anyways, with that successfully, we have finished the first question. Actually, if you'll give me another one half an hour to one half an hour, we can finish the spreadsheet as well. If you give me 1 hour, we can finish database as well. Or else, if you want, I can do this as a day two tomorrow. What do you prefer? Should I drag another 1 hour and finish it? Or do I want to do as day two? Because I can give you a small break if you all want. Because I want to finish it one shot. If you want my preference, I just want to finish it one shot. Tomorrow, what time? 7 or 8 o'clock in the night? Exactly, safer. Okay, let me put a poll. Okay, depending on the poll's response, I'll decide. Okay. Yeah, I'll give you a break. Don't worry. 15 minutes, okay? So what do you want? Option one. Option one is break 15 minutes and finish spreadsheet. And take like around 1 hour maximum, half an hour to 1 hour. Option two is do tomorrow. So tomorrow, if I'm doing, again, I can do database as well today. I don't have issues. So tomorrow I will do from around, let's say, wait, tomorrow Rizlan sir said he has a seminar, I guess. Wait, did Rizlan sir tell everything for you? What time did he say the seminar is? I'm saying something. No? Good job, Afi. Didn't say time, but he said he will keep. I don't know. I remember him saying that he said he's gonna postpone as a sad life, mostly. What do you have at 10:30? I guess if I was saying, we have finances class, though. Sad life. He didn't mention confirm in the channel yet, but his theory class will happen. School. Okay, tomorrow if I'm doing, I will do it probably around 7:30 or else 8:30. Okay, that time I might start. I might go till around 9:30 maximum. Anyways, I have put a poll. Yours select. Okay, do you all get a poll? Answer it, answer it, answer it. Can't you keep the class by 5 p.m. tomorrow? Tomorrow, 5 p.m., I have the online class for grade 10, 5 to 7. So if I'm doing a class, I'll do before that or after that only. Good job, Fatima. And tomorrow is packed with both grade 10 and 11. Sir. Oh, yeah, understand, actually. My son said 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock no, he's starting. So before that, I can finish, no issues. Okay, I can finish tomorrow by 9 o'clock, no issues. 10:30, 12:30. I know you're also going for that class. Oh, shit, they see. Inoli is, I think, coming to your class. Because she's saying she also has a quick class. We'll watch the recording if you're doing today. Not even this eager for election. So is it interesting, Noli? Don't say 9:30. I'm not going to do that. Yeah, definitely drag the class. So it depends on the content I'm going to give you. Is there a website do practicals? Yes, and just go to Google search for Pascal compiler. There are several websites. Okay, so basically, as per the poll, just three people difference are there. So three people the difference are. I'll share the results. So majority is saying to give 15 minutes break and finish the spreadsheet. But then I feel power for some people who has class at 10:30. Sad life. Who cares? Should I care about them? We missed the timer class today. Sad life. I selected the first option. Oh wow. Okay, anyways. So I will do it now itself because majority of you are selected now. I'll give you all like around 15 minutes break. So it's 10:09 now. What time should I start? Shall I start around 10:15 or 10:20? Okay. So at 10:20, we're going to continue. I'll do only the spreadsheet, okay? I'll do only the spreadsheet. So what do you call? We can finish by 11, inshallah. And after 11, you can ask any amount of questions. You have no issues. Yeah, but the time I was speaking, 15 minutes flew. What to do, Andrea? Where is the poll? I couldn't find it. I finished for local memory, then too late. First semester provincial ICT paper was confusing. I have lots of doubts in it. I thought last doubts. Shamla, do you have the paper with you? Wait, Western Province, I think I have the paper. I discussed those paper in the this one, Shamla. In the provincial paper, I discussed it in the paper class actually, indirectly. Eastern. Shamla, can you send me the paper? I'll see. Why can't you keep it Fajr? I can keep it Fajr. But if I keep it Fajr, you know how I'll be doing the class? I'll do it like this only. I'll show you how I do the class. I'm giving it Fajr. You'll hear a Gorosi voice, huh? Yes. Not this. Um, no, not this one actually. It's there in this other YouTube channel. Wait, give me a moment. YouTube Studio. I don't mind starting at 3 a.m. Thing is, you all should be alive. Sure, I have a class. I start at that time. I think it was this found it.
I will clear that all of you.
It's very loud. Yeah. But this was voice at 6 a.m. This was a teaching I did at 6 a.m.
Asking to give five
Is it?
minutes to do this question. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll give you 5 minutes, exactly only 5 minutes. Now the time is what? 6:41. Not 5 minutes, I'll give you 4 minutes because already I gave you time. At 6:45, I'm going to start
Can
discussing
you
the
hear that
question.
Gorosi sound? Again, this is a complete different face. See how
Yeah, which I wanted to tell. No, looks like it's Sri Lanka number plates. Okay. So that's what they're talking about the B. That kind of situation is MB. And C is allocated to identify the sanitize level in the
that is
container.
that
So they're
is the
saying C is
Gorosi. That was done at 6 a.m. in that class. That's a different reason, Shazana. You might hear a very Gorosi voice. Look, anyways, you'll enjoy the break. You started three, I had to stay awake. I can start at three, that's nothing. Maybe 3, 4 o'clock could just be. Were you strict at that time? Even now I'm strict now. Am I not strict? Actually, the online you all don't see look at that strict face. If you come physically, you will notice it. The time of class for the paper class was at 8:30. I did the paper earlier and cut the class, and at 10:30, so I discussed the paper. Oh, what all over the paper is it, Oshit? And is it part one or part two? Yes, Sumar, you can farm those students. Yeah. See, they also solo kattidama, I think. Balanda. Yes, yes, the recording will be provided. It will be posted in the channel, so make sure that you all are there in the channel because that is where I'll be posting all those stuffs. I'll share the link of the channel, right? Let's think about each other. I don't mind doing it. One day should do it and see at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning and see how many of you are joining. Anyways, you'll have 3 more minutes. Enjoy that silence. I'm gonna off the video and audio. I'm here if you have any questions, drop in the chat. Yeah, Fatima, you can show it to me after I'm done with the second question discussing. And Shamla, can you send me a paper if you have the PDF? I'll be back into. Sorry, I can drop your WhatsApp messages and all at once. Don't mind, but do you want me to? Shall you send me the script, I'll make it. Ah, okay, you guys, you scan and send me later. There's app called Cam Scanner. You can use that and scan and send later, Shamla. Others will have just 1 minute remaining. Okay, let's start now. Are you all here? What is it, Surya? Jai Fatima. Which link, Surya? Okay, just drop me a message in WhatsApp as well after class. Okay, let's start now. No, okay, no time. You make the script and give Shah, I'll do it. Okay, let's start. Pass to do a pass to win only. I can remember I did for their, not their batch, I think the batch before them, I can remember I did a small like online session. Okay, let's start. Or you just send me a picture somewhere in WhatsApp. I'll check a clear picture. Hmm. Or on the gap. That's how it normally is, okay. Without, you know. So the question say, your voice is lacking. I didn't even speak, man. Now only I'm going to speak. Can you hear me now properly, Inoli? I can change the network if it's affecting others as well. For others, is my voice lagging? No, that means it's a network issue on your end. Only. Okay, let's start. Batala Goda Paddy Research and Development Institute of the Department of Agriculture has introduced a hybrid paddy variety called BG407H for the first time in Sri Lanka under the 4-month paddy variety age group. Below is a spreadsheet showing the amount of fertilizer required for each rice variety. Okay, so basically fertilizer applying stage. Land preparation 2 weeks after planting, 5 weeks, 7 weeks, when in bloom, urea, and then super phosphate, merlate, zinc, total amount. Okay, fine. So they have mentioned here a kind of a table. Make sure you have a rough idea of the table before going for the question. Like just go through the table and see what are the data mentioned. The first question they have mentioned here, write the formula that must be written to get the total amount of fertilizer applied to land preparation stage in F3 cell. So column F, row number 3, if you go, you can get the F3 cell. So column F, row number 3, we have the F3 cell. In that, you want to find the total amount of fertilizer applied to land preparation stage. So you can see in the land preparation stage, this much amount of urea, this much amount of superphosphate, and then potassium, zinc sulfate, we have the relevant data. So these data has to be added and only showed here. We can write this formula in two ways. One way you can write, always starting a formula to start with the equal symbol. So you can start it, and there are two ways you can write. One is using function and one is without the function. So out of functions we have learned what is a function that we use to add values together. Hmm? Out of the functions you all have learned what is a function we have to add values together. Perfect. It's a sum function. So you can mention equals sum and this cell range. So the cell range starts with B3 and it goes up to E3. So the cell range is going to be equal sum B3 to E3. So this is one method of writing the formula. Another method is you can mention using only cell address. That is basically equals B3 plus C3 plus D3 plus E3. This is the second option you have. Okay. So both are acceptable. Is that clear all of you all? So we got that correct. You can put 2 marks there. If you had any doubts, drop in the chat. Second question they have mentioned, what is the formula in F6 cell? F6 cell is somewhere here. No? If you copy the formula above into F6 cell, so what you wrote here, if you copy it to F6, they're asking what will be the formula here. Find the amount of fertilizer, to find the amount of fertilizer that should be applied during 7 weeks. Okay, fine. So the question is saying, anything, hot, hot, milk coffee. Sorry. What do you call they're asking when you copy the formula from here to here, they're asking what will be the formula in this cell. Okay. In spreadsheets, inside a cell, if you want to perform calculations, you can write formulas. No. Normally, when you copy paste formulas, there's one thing that will change. That is the cell address. Okay. And these cell addresses, they change relatively. So let me explain you what do you mean by relatively. Now these cell addresses are like actually like the children of formula. Okay. Okay, Noli. So it's something like this. So for example, let's say we have the cell here, right? So in this cell, we wrote a formula mentioning something like equals sum B3 to E3. No. Now, if you look at this formula, how many cell addresses y'all can notice here? Like what are the cell addresses you can see which I have written in the formula? Perfect. I written two cell address. One is B3, other one is E3. So if you look at the situation, I'm going from this cell, I'm going 1, 2, 3. I'm going 3 cells down now. So when a formula is copied and pasted 3 cells down, a formula is moving 3 cells down, the cell address also, like their children, will go 3 cells down. So from B3 cell, you're going to go 3 cells down. E3 cell, you're going to be 3 cells down. So wherever the formula moves, that same movement, if the formula goes 1 cell right, cell address will go 1 cell right. If the formula goes 1 cell down, cell address will go 1 cell down. That same movement will be replicated. So from B3 cell, if you go 1 cell, 3 cells down, B3 will become B6. And from the E3 cell, if you go 3 cells down, E3 will become E6. So in the pasting form cell, it's going to be equal sum B6 to E6. Is that clear, all of you? If you got it correct, mark it correct, put 1 mark there. Oh, no, 2 marks there. If you have any questions, drop in a chat. Next. Specify the formula for G3 cell. G3 is somewhere here. To find the number of fertilizers used for the plot. Okay. If you look at this situation, for land preparation, 1, 2, 3, all 4 fertilizers are used. But if you use 2 weeks after planting, you can see only one of the fertilizers is used, only urea. For 5 weeks also, only one is used. For 7 weeks, two are used. Okay. So when in bloom, one is used. So if you look at these cells here, do all the cells have numbers? Like for in every stage, are we using all the mentioned are we using all the mentioned fertilizers? No. Okay. Can't we say F6 equals? No, you have to start formulas with equal symbol. You can't mention cell address before that. In this question, no, sorry. No. Okay. Or in some fields, in some stages, they have used the cell address. In some stages, they have used multiple fertilizers. In some stages, they have used only one. Okay. So you want a function that can count the values. Okay. In spreadsheet to count values, there are two functions. One is count function and one is count A. These are the two functions we have in our syllabus. So the difference between count A and count A will count the number of cells that contain numbers only. If a cell has a number, it will count. And count A will count the non-empty cells. So as long as the cell is not empty, the count A will count. So this can be a letter, it can be a symbol, it can be anything. So for example, let's say if I have something like 4, 3, AB, blank, like absent, or let's say ABCD, and like blank, and let's say Amalkir, I have 4 values. So let's say, yeah. And if you use a count function, count will count the number of cells that contain numbers. So let's say for the count function, I apply the cell range. In this cell range, only 2 cells contain numbers, so you can see the result is 2. But for the same thing, without using count, if I use count A, without using count, if I use, let's say, count A equals count A, that will count the number of cells that are not empty. So in this cell range, even though there are 5 cells, out of 5 cells, only 4 cells are not empty. Is that clear, all of you? So count will count the number of cells contain numbers only. Count A, the number of cells that are not empty. The difference is clear. So tell me, based on that, in this question, what is more suitable, count or count A? Because we are dealing here with numbers, right? Correct. In this question, we can use a count function. So it's going to be equals count, and which range has B3 to E3. This is the answer for that question. If you have got it correct, you can mark it correct. Can you repeat the count A again? Count A is basically, it'll count the number of cells that are not empty. Which means if I use a count function, you can see count will not count Amal ABCD. Okay, the reason it's not counting Amal and ABCD is because Amal and ABCD is letters. But count A, it doesn't care about what the value is. If it's a letter, number, symbol, whatever it is, it will count. So count A will count everything. Count A will count only numbers. So as long as the cell is not empty, count A will calculate. So in this cell range, except this, all the cells has values. So count A will see how many cells has a value. 4 cells has a value. But count how many cells has a number. So these 2 cells has a number. Make sense? Perfect. What is the formula to find the average value of fertilizer in F8 cell? F8 is here. To find the average value of fertilizer from land preparation to flowering. Okay. Now you can see these are total amount of fertilizers we have. Okay. Averagely, how much amount of fertilizer is used we want to find. Okay. So for that, what we are going to do is we are to add all these together and divide by the number of values varying now. Yeah. We're going to add all of them and divide them by 5. Okay. So in order to find the average, we can use average function. So that's equal to equal average. And for the average function, we can pass in this total average as our cell range. So that's going to be F3 to F7. Why is this question too easy? If this question was very easy, I would have done this question earlier itself without the break. No, man. This is too baba question. Nothing is hard in this question so far. It's very disappointing. I wanted a hard question. But they're asking formula, not function. Okay, if they ask formula, can we use can we use 7 and 3? Let's say is this correct if they ask formula? I'm not saying for this question, I'm saying if they ask a formula in general, can we write this as a formula? Is this a correct formula? Is this have I written a formula? Yes or no? Can you consider this as a formula? Then what is this? Then what have I written here? If this is not a formula, then what have I written here? Formula, it's not needed. But formula written within cell letters. No. Any calculation you write with equal symbol, that's considered as a formula. Okay. So basically, inside a formula, always if you take a formula has to start with equal symbol. The point is a formula has to start with equal. After it start with equal, within a formula, you can mention, okay, within a formula, you can use numbers. Within a formula, you can use operators, that is plus, minus, like we call this arithmetic operators. Within a formula, you can use cell addresses. Within a formula, you can use functions. So function is also just like how you can use plus, okay? Function is also something that you can use within a formula. Is that clear? So numbers, operators, cell error, these are all things that can be used within a formula. At the end of the day, all of them are formula. Okay. So you mention equals average F3 to F7. B3 to E7, B3 to E7. B3 to E7 is wrong. The reason because if you take B3 to E7, your answer will be why I'm saying B3 to E7 is wrong is because um, so I'm still thinking because they mentioned average formula amount per acre. Per acre, per acre, per acre, per acre, per acre. So this is the amount of formula, amount of, let me just do the addition and see. Equals 5 plus 25 plus 50 plus 70 plus, sorry, 20 plus 2, 50 plus 5 plus 50 plus 20 plus 2 plus 25, 35, 45, 25, 35, 45, 15 plus 20. The whole thing you should divide by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What's the answer? 25.111. The same thing if I take 77 plus 25 plus 35, 35 plus 65 plus 15. Divide by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it's two different answers. Kilograms per acre. Ah, no. The reason we can't use that is because, I'll explain, Surya. These are the different types of fertilizers we have. If I take for land preparation, at the end of the day, in the land preparation stage, we're using a total of 77 kilograms. Okay. In 1 acre of land per acre, see, kilograms per acre. No? So per acre, we're using a total of 77 acres, 77 kilograms. Is that part clear? Okay. And then 2 weeks after planting, we are using 25 kilos of fertilizers in 1 acre. So basically, the question is asking average fertilizer amount, not average urea amount or average type of fertilizer. No. If they ask average type of fertilizer, then yes. But in terms of fertilizer, they're asking in general. So average fertilizer is in total you take. So if you take the total values and add them, it will be the addition of these divided by 5. Make sense? Because per acre, we are putting total of all these, not individually. So you take the total. Is that an equation? Yeah, this is the equation. I didn't write it, I was just calculating the top earlier. Exactly. Yeah, Ashley, sorry for the delay for replying. Can't we write take as average B3 to E7? B3 to E7. No, we can't take B3 to E7. Again, the same reason which I was saying for Surya Shiva. The idea is if you take B3 to E7, you're not taking the average fertilizer amount you're using per acre. Because when you say per acre, this whole amount is used for 1 acre. This whole amount is used for 1 acre. This whole amount is used for 1 acre. So because they're asking in general the average fertilizer amount, we'll take the total fertilizer amount. 5, 50, and 20, they're not the total amount we are using for 1 acre. They're the individual amount. So when I was saying the average fertilizer per acre, so per acre, we're using averagely 77, 25, 35, 65, 15. If they ask individually, averagely, no, if they ask for land preparation in how much averagely we use, then we can take this. If there's averagely for 7 weeks after planting how much we use, then you can take these two cells. But they did not ask a specific phase. They didn't say in a specific phase, no. As they mentioned, average fertilizer amount per acre. I'm also having, because this is talking about per acre. Look at this part, they said kilograms per acre. All these cells together is only per acre. So because they mentioned all these cells together is per acre, We can't take them as individual amount. We take them as the whole row as one amount. Is that clear, Shifa? The whole row you take as one amount. But if you use the B3 to E7, you take them as three individual amount. Does that make sense? Perfect. Does it really matter if you use functions or not? Both ways are considered as formulas, right? Certain questions you have to use for functions because thoroughly you can't count without a function, right? You can't count with only formulas. Like without a function, you can't count. So in certain situations, you need a formula. Sorry, you need a function. Is that clear? Yes. But still the total of each sum is same, right? Totally same. But the thing is, if you notice here, I was doing some addition at the top. That addition what I was doing at the top is basically average, you know how average works. Average will add the values together and divide by how many values you're adding. So if I take average of this, it will divide by 5. But if I take the average of this, it will not divide by 5, it will divide by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that clear, Surya? That's why this is wrong. No, huh? But there aren't instances where they expect us not to use functions. Sometimes questions specify it thoroughly. They say not to use functions, so it depends on the question. Okay, so right. No, it's like that. There are situations where I can go wrong as well, so right. So that's why I always make sure that I check your doubts so that we are all on the same page. And next, by the way, you can represent average, you can break average into two pieces as well. That is, if now sometimes they might give you the question saying write the same formula without average function. So if you're going to do it without average function, you can break it using sum and count because average is equal to adding multiple values and dividing by how many values you added. So the same thing I can represent as equals sum divided by equals count. Okay, so just keep in mind the average can be broken to two as sum and count as well. Okay. Anyways, that's extra knowledge. Got this correct, 2 marks there. Next, name two types of graphs suitable for use in handout given to farmers in order to gain a simplified understanding of the extent to which individual fertilizer varieties should be applied in land preparation. Okay, so you want to see in comparison individually how much of urea has to be named two types of graphs suitable for use in handout given to farmers in order to gain. Yeah, you want to see what you called in the land preparation individually how much of urea has to be used, how much of super phosphate has to be used, how much of sulfur of potash has to be used, how much of zinc has to be used. Killer, you want to show it for the farmer. Okay, so if you want to just show graphically how much of each of them has to use, how much of them have to use. Yeah. Okay. To understand of the extent to which individual fertilizer varieties should be applied in land preparation. So if you want to show like this for each what you called each individual fertilizer, how much amount has to be used, you want to show it graphically, then you can use one is a chart like which I have drawn here. That chart is called the column chart. So apart from using the column chart, you can also use the line chart, or you can also use the bar chart. Normally, column chart, line chart, bar chart, these are charts that very visually that's better. Now, in this situation, they have not mentioned about the idea of, showing comparison. Okay. Keep in mind if they use in questions about if you want to compare data, when they use the word called compare data or show variations of data, then pie chart is wrong. In this question, pie chart is also correct because there is no, I mean, they have mentioned it to get an understanding of the extent to which individual fertilizers are to be used. Anyways, in this question, they have not told that you're going to see the variations or something. So therefore, in this question, pie chart is also correct. But just keep in mind, if a question mentions that you want to see variations of data, then pie chart is wrong. So in this question, all are correct. So if you mention any two answers, then 1 mark each, total 2 marks there. Can we use pie chart here? Yeah, because they have not mentioned, have not given a formula or against extent to which one. Yeah, they have not mentioned about Showing variations, no. Therefore, pie chart can be used. But if they tell that you want to show variations or else comparison or differentiation, then you can't use pie chart. Got it? Instead of can we use scatter chart? Mostly scatter chart is used when you have multiple columns of data. Here we have only two columns of data. No, the two columns of data is one is type and amount. Okay, type is going to be, let's say, urea 5, then sulfur phosphate, or so superphosphate 50, then that potash 20, and zinc sulfate 2. So because we have only two columns of data, scatter chart is not suitable. Scatter chart is more suitable when you have more than two columns of data to represent. Is that clear, Fatima? Perfect. Same explanation, Abdul Hakim as well. But they have mentioned variety. So does that mean where have they mentioned variety? That's again see. That is not varieties of not there's difference of variation varieties. Here this is varieties of this one varieties of fertilizers. To extent to which individual fertilizer varieties should be applied. They have not told that you want to see variations of the data. If you want to see variations, then only variations ups and downs. Like what is used more, what is used less, and compare data. If they tell in that way only, pie chart is wrong. Got it, Mario? Okay, anyways. So those who did the question, if there's anyone who did the question, tell me. You can put 10 marks here and 20 marks here. Those who did the question, tell me out of 30 marks, how many marks I got. Did anyone do these two questions? Is it wrong if you mention the word divide by n counting the formula after then putting the slash mark? If you mention the word divide by n counting the formula other than putting the slash mark. You mean in this part, Sarah? Like without mentioning this divide symbol, right? Divide there. No. In formulas, you have to use only symbols. So you can't use the words. Good, Sarah. This one shows or the previous page. Okay, anyways. So with that, we're done for the day. What do you call those who have any questions or can stay and ask, others or can leave. We're done for the day. Thank you for waiting for the last moment. Is Paradigm's important program? Nope, somehow don't waste your time on that. It's completely useless. Yes, Fatima, ask. Good, Abdullah. There is no more remaining, Surya. In this PDF, I forgot. This is the question. You want me to check your answers, Fatima? Because I can see some answers are written. Walaikum salam, Huzaifa. So these are not your answers. Okay, Shazana, wait. Yo, Shamla, we finished the question. Okay. I'll show you the answer. Focus here. You can watch the recording. I'll be posting in the channel, Shamla. But if you have any questions to ask, you can ask now. Why can't we give Elsa a balloon? Huh? Okay. Jamil, I was wondering where is Elsa in this question? Jobless fellow. I was wondering what the hell is Elsa there here. Did someone steal your phone and time? Yeah, she'll be saying let it go and she'll be sending it off. Okay, you can ask it now, Shabla. Okay, so Fatima, let me answer your question. Adi, in this I can't annotate your this answers of annotation. Whiteboard. Your reaction was priceless, and it's going to be on YouTube too. Yeah, I was like confused, and you said I was like serious thinking did someone steal your phone or in sleepy did you Olatify and type killer? And then only for a moment I was like after you told the answer, like, oh, makes sense. You're welcome, Nashita. You can show it to me, Shazad. Okay, let me take your question, Fatima. Didn't, didn't, didn't. Okay, first question. Question 21-24 based on the following for partly shown database. How many fields are there in the students table? So that's first table is book table, second table is student table, third table is reservation table. In this table, you have these column names, right? These are what you call as fields. Okay. So we have one, two, three, four. Okay. So the students table has four fields, right? So these are called fields. Okay. These are called fields. And then the rows containing data. So this is one row that contains data. No. The rows containing data, so you can call that as records. So all these are basically records. Is that clear, Fatima? The difference between records and fields. So this table has four fields. Got it? Perfect. Next. What would be an example of a foreign key in the database? Okay. If you want to find a foreign key, first of all, you have to find the primary key. Primary key are the unique field of a table. So when you go for a table, there'll be at least one field you can take as unique key. So if you can't form the primary key using one field, then you have to use multiple fields. Okay, so the purpose of primary key is to uniquely identify records. If you go for the book table, we have three fields. If you go and see are any of these fields containing unique data, then yes, the book ID contains unique data. So therefore, we can consider the book ID as a primary key. Likewise, if you come for the students table, we have student's name, every student has an ID. Title, no, title can repeat. Because for example, if you go for, no, let's talk about library. In a library, the library, right? Yeah. In a library, if I take one book, the same book, can there be multiple copies? Yes or no? Yeah. So sometimes there can be another effective writing book as well. The same book can again repeat. Even though in the given data it's not repeating, practically it can repeat. But ID is something that's given uniquely for every book. Is that clear? Perfect. So in the students table, out of the four fields, tell me, is there any field we can take as a unique field? If so, which field? I'll check Shamla. Wait. Correct. Student ID. So in the students table, we can consider student ID to be the primary key. In the reservation table, what do you think the primary key would be? Is there one field we can take? Actually, no. In the given data, you can see student ID is also unique, book ID is also unique, but you can't take that as a primary key because When you're finding the primary key, don't depend on the given data only. Just don't go through the given data and see in the given data is it repeating, in the given data is it repeating. Always when finding, Shamla, you can wait because after Fatima's doubt, I'll be going to Shazana and then I'll come to you. So if you want, you can stay. Or you can ask on the paper class day. Your wish. You can ask on if you want, you can ask on paper class. On paper class we have on Tuesdays. I can discuss that paper on Tuesday if you want. I don't know. Coming Tuesday, I'm going to discuss spreadsheet SDLC question. So if you want after the paper class over, I can discuss. So paper class will happen from 5 to 7. After 7, I can. You have two options: stay now or paper class. But again, on the paper class, you ask the question first. Is it okay if I clear my doubt after theory class? Ah, yeah. Ah, okay. You're lucky, Shamla. Shazana is pushing her doubt to theory class. So they're in the waiting list, you're second. Okay, Shazana. Stay safe. Coming back to the question, Fatima. What do you call? Okay, bye, Shazana. In the given data, don't depend only on the given data. Always go through the table and ask, practically, can it repeat? Now, if you look at the question given data here, the first data is talking about the student called 1003. That is Ismail. Okay. He is reserving the book B002, which is classic short notes. So Ismail is book reserving the classic short notebook on this date. Right. Now, practically, after he reserve this book, he can go and return the book in 2 weeks, right? Now, let's say after he return the book in 2 weeks, after 3, 4, 5 months, practically, is it possible for the same fellow to get the same book? Like, is it possible for Ismail to again go and reserve the same book after a couple of months? Yes or no? Yeah. So in that situation, if Ismail goes and reserves the same book, for example, there will be 1003 again, there will be B triple zero two again, and let's say different date. So it'll be like 8th of June. Okay. So therefore, if you take only the student ID, it will repeat. Only the book ID, also it will repeat. Date also, there will be repetitions. That is, for example, on the same date, let's say Pial, Kumar, Ismail, all three had reserved the book on the same date, then date will also repeat. So therefore, in the reservation table, there is not a single field you can take as primary key. You can't take one field as a primary key. So in situations you can't take one field as a primary key, you see, can we take two fields as a primary key? Two fields together, like two fields together, will they repeat or not? So likewise, if you go and see this table, in this table, most probably the reserve date and book ID together, they will not repeat. Because, for example, let's say today I have taken the book. While the book is with me today, on the same day, can anyone else take the book as well? No. Okay. So, therefore, we can take these two fields together as a primary key. So, if you're going to take multiple fields together as a primary key, we have a special name for that. We call such primary key as composite primary key. So composite primary key is where we take two fields together. Without seeing one field, we see two fields together. It's like this. Without using, for example, if I want to identify people, I have first name, last name now. Some people are there. If I take only first name, there'll be repetitions. If I take only last name, there'll be repetitions. But if I take first name and last name together, it might be unique. So when I'm calling those, I'll be like, I will not call with first name only. I might call them with the full name. That's how composite primary key also work. It's like a type of primary key where without using only one field, you're combining two fields together to form the primary key. Got it? Hmm. You mean what lessons you hear? Okay, coming back to the main question. So they're asking here the what do you call foreign key, no? So if you want to find the foreign key, first of all, you have to find the primary key and see is this primary key mentioned in another table. Okay. So whenever finding foreign key, don't focus on composite primary key. Just focus on normal primary key. Yeah? So whenever a primary key is mentioned in another table, it becomes a foreign key. Now we have the book ID here. Now. Tell me this book ID which we have here, is this book ID mentioned in another table? If so, which table? Do we have this book ID in another table as well? If so, which table? Correct, reservation table. So book ID, when it's mentioned reservation table, in this table, it becomes a foreign key. So keep in mind, when a primary key is mentioned in another table, in the other table, it becomes a foreign key. So how you find a foreign key is, first you find a primary key, and then you see, is this primary key mentioned in another table? Got it? So there's a foreign key. This is too bright. So there's a foreign key. Likewise, we have student ID as a primary key in the book student table, right? So do we have the student ID field in any other tables? Where? Again. So here these are also foreign keys. So there are two foreign keys. One is book ID, one is student ID. So you can say out of the given data, grade in student ID, normal field, title in book ID, normal field, reserve date, normal field, book ID in reservation table. Yes, that's a foreign key. So that's how you get the answer for this question as this. Is that clear? Perfect. Next. What is the title of the book reserved by Kumar? So you want to see what is the book reserved by Kumar. So if you want to know what is the book reserved by Kumar, first of all, you should know what is Kumar's ID now. So if I go to Kumar, you can see Kumar's ID is 1002. Okay, Kumar is an ID of 1002. So now I want to see what is the book 1002 has reserved. So book 1002 has reserved book B0001. Now I want to find what is B01's name. So further I go for the book table and here I can see B0001 is effective writing. So first I saw what is Kumar's ID. After I found the ID, I came to the reservation table and I found what is the book he reserved. And here I found what is the name of the book. And that's how you find effective writing as a correct answer. Is that clear? Perfect. Next, a student gets the library membership and reserves a book. So there is a student, he's getting the library membership and he's reserving a book. What table needs to be updated? So if a student is getting a library membership, you can see in the students table, there's a column called library member, right? So if a student gets a membership, then what we might do is we might change the false to true. So therefore, the students table has to be updated when you get the membership. Is that part clear? When you get a membership, that's the student table has to be updated. Now tell me, to reserve a book, which table do you think we'll update? If you're going to reserve a book, what are the tables we have to update? Then go through all the tables and see what are the tables we have to update if you're going to reserve a book. Which column in the book table has to be updated? What is there to update there? If I want to reserve a book, for example, there is a new student and that new student wants to reserve a book. Why should I go and change the name of the book? Not title. Think. I'm going to reserve a book. Correct. One thing is I have to change. For example, let's say I'm going to go and reserve the poem writing book. Then I have to change the false to true. So this reserve column is telling is the book reserved or not. Okay. So false means it's not reserved. True means yes, it is reserved. So let's say if I go and take the poem writing, then I have to change this. But apart from here, there's another place also I had to update. Where if I go and reserve that book, apart from changing that false to true, there's one more thing I'll do. Okay, keep in mind when you say the word called updated, there are two things that can happen. One is you can modify an existing data, or else you can add a new data. Both are acceptable. Okay. So if you take what do you call the book table, we go and modify, the false to becomes true. Here also false becomes true. But apart from that, in the reservation table, we have to go and enter a new record saying this person reserved this book on this date. So in a reserving a book, we have to enter a new record here as well. Is that clear? To show who is reserving what book and when was it reserved. Got it? Hmm. So to show that library membership is obtained, only this table has to get updated. To show that we are reserving a book, both these tables has to get updated. So in total, all three tables has to get updated. That's why the fourth answer is correct. Does that make sense? Perfect. You got the idea of this question properly, Fatima? Okay. Let me come to your question now, Shamla. 16 photos. Which question do you want me to uh, discuss, Shamla? Ninth in part two. Part two has 9 questions. Wow. Only part two has only 7 questions, no? You mean first question, ninth one? Seventh question. Seventh question is that programming question. Okay, Roman number 3 and this download. Yeah, you can, Andrea. Aren't you tired? No. I have told you, I have done it. Like, I have done classes until 4 a.m., man. Bye bye, Andrea. Okay, so this question. Consider you need to save a file of 3 GB on your 8 GB capacity pen drive. You need to display a message. Understandable, Surya. You need to display a message indicating whether the file can be saved or not. Write the input, process, and output for this problem. Okay, so in this situation, we want to figure out. So you want to save a file of 3 GB on your 8 GB capacity pen drive. You need to display message. Okay, so basically, when you're saving files, you want to see is this file can you save or can you save the file or not? That's what you have to check. Okay, so in that situation, what you can do is for you to figure out can you save or not, the system has to first of all obtain the file size. So input is going to be the file size. Okay, input is going to be the new file size. Okay, the input is going to be this question. You can see the input is going to be size of the file that's needed to save. Size of the file that is needed to Save. That's the input. And after you get that file, the process is going to be, you're going to see, is that file size less than 8 GB? Because your capacity 8 GB, no? So your process is going to be check if it's less than 8 GB. Check if it is less than 8 GB. And then the output is going to be display the result on whether it can be saved or not. You can continue a sentence saying display the result on whether it can be saved or not, something like that. Is this part clear, Shabla? Like the input, process, and output? Okay. Next. Answer A and B using the following pseudocode. What is the output? Okay, let's see the output below. To find the output, we're going to draw the dry run. So in this program, in terms of what you call the variables, we have P and Q. Okay, in terms of variables, I have a variable called P. I have a variable called Q. And in terms of conditions, I have a condition saying is Q not equal to 0. So this symbol is called the not equal symbol. Is Q not equal to 0? That's the only condition I have. Okay. And then I'm going to have one common column for the output. So draw the dry run. What you're going to do is you're going to have one column each for every variable, one column for every condition, and one common column to include all the outputs. Is this part clear? The columns figuring out? Okay, next. So we have here P equals 2. So I'm going to mention the value of P is 2. Then we have Q equals 1. So I'm going to mention here Q is 1. Then we have while Q is not equal to 0. So is Q not equal to 0? Yes, true. While loop, if the condition is true, you're going to follow the instructions inside. The first instruction we have is Q equals P mod 9. Okay, Q equals P mod 9. Now, always in equation, we'll resolve whatever is there on the right side. And after you resolve what is on the right side, the answer has to be given for the left side. That's how equations work. So in this situation, to find the value of P mod 9, first we need the value of P. Look at the table, P is 2. So you need 2 mod 9. So we're not dividing in long division. For example, if you say 2 divided by 9, 9 times 0 is 0, 2 remains. Okay, 9 times 0 is 0, 2 remains, no? So we're not doing long division. The answer you have in the top, you can get this answer using the operator called div. You can get the bottom answer using the operator called mod. So if you ask what is the answer of 9 mod 2, 9 mod 2 means divide 9 by 2. Sorry, 2 mod 9 means divide 2 by 9. Okay, 2 mod 9 means divide 2 by 9 and get the remainder. So 2 mod 9 is equal to 2. And then 2, give me a moment. Yeah. When you say 2 div 9, div is talking about to divide and get the answer, the whole number answer. So div 9 will give you the answer on top. So div will do the long division, give you the answer. Mod will do the division, give you the remainder. Is that clear? Okay. So now, when you say q equals p mod 9, that means we're asking divide 2 by 9 and get the remainder. So 2 mod 9 is equal to 2. The value of q is now 2. Okay. Give me a moment. Okay. So what do you call q equals p mod 9? So what you're doing here is you're going to divide and get the remainder. So value of q is 2. I updated here. Next instruction, p equals p plus 2. Currently p is 2. So when you say p equals p plus 2, the meaning of that is we are to take the current value of p, which is 2, and add 2 for it. So 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. So value of p becomes 4. Is that clear? So I basically do the long division, and the remainder is that you can get the remainder using mod operator. The whole number answer in div operator. That's the idea. Just do long division and what is remainder, div is the answer. Okay. In while loop, when you reach n while, you again go and check the condition. So now when you go and say is 2 not equal 0, answer is true. So you again repeat. So now when you say q equals p mod 9, currently p is 4. So when you say q equals p mod 9 now, when you say q equals p mod 9, p is now 4. So we are asking 4 mod 9. That means we are saying divide 4 by 9. So 9 times 0 is 0, 4 remains. 9 times 0 is 0, 4 remains. So mod will give you the remainder, div will give you the whole number answer. Okay, so 4 mod 9 means the answer is again 4. So value of q is now 4. Okay, value of q is now 4. Next we have p equals p plus 2. So all this time p was 4. P plus 2 means p is going to be 6. Again you reach n while, you again go and check the condition. Is q not equal to 0? Is q not equal to 0? True. Okay. And then when you go for the next instruction, q equals p mod 9. Again same part. P mod 9 means currently p is 6. So we have 6 mod 9. Okay, so 6 mod 9 means divide 6 by 9. So 9 times 0 is 0. 6 remains. So that means our answer is 6. Okay. Next we have p equals p plus 2. So currently p is 6. 6 plus 2 is 7, 8. Okay. When you reach n value, you again go and check the condition. Is q not equal to 0? Is q not equal to 0? Yes. So you again repeat q equals p mod 9. So now p is equal to 8. So 8 mod 9 means divide 8 by 9. When you divide 8 by 9, 9 times 0 is 0. 8 remains. So the remainder is 8. Then you have p equals p plus 2. So 8 plus 2, it becomes 10. When you again go and check is q not equal to 0, answer is true. Then you have q equals p mod 9. Now p is 10. So when you say 10 mod 9, the meaning of that is divide 10 by 9. So if you divide 10 by 9, 9 times 1 is 9, 1 remains. So value of q is equal to 1 now. Up to here, is it clear? So, Shamla. Okay, then we have p equals p plus 2. So 10 plus 2 is going to be 12. Okay, 10 plus 2 is going to be 12. Then, what do you call you again go and check is q not equal to 0. Is q not equal to 0? It's going to be true. Then q equals p mod 9. That means 1 divided by 2. So 1 divided by 9. So 9 times 0 is 0. 1 remains. Yeah, 1 remains no. Sorry. A small mistake. What do you call it's p mod 9. So currently p is 12. So it's 12 mod 9. So 12 mod 9 means divide 12 by 9. So 9 times 1 is 9. 10, 11, 12. 3 remains. So now q is 3. Then P equals P plus 2. 12 plus 2 is 14. Again, you go and check is Q not equal to 0. That's going to be true. Then Q equals P mod 9. P is now 14. 14 divided by 9. 9 times 1 is 9. 5 remains. Then P equals P plus 2. 14 plus 2 is 16. You again go and check is Q not equal to 0. True. Q equals P mod 9. So Q is now 16. 16 mod 9 is 9 times 1 is 9. 7 remains. P equals P plus 2. P becomes 18. Okay. You again go and check is Q not equal to 0. True. Q equals P mod 9. So 18 divided by 9. 9 times 2 is 18. So answer is 0. So Q is now 0. Now P equals P plus 2. P becomes 20. Okay. So P becomes 20 now. Now when you go and check what do you called is Q not equal to 0? Tell me what is the result? True or false? When you go and check is Q not equal to 0, what's the result? True or false? That's going to be false. So when you get false there, the while loop will finish. I mean, while loop will end and you go for the instruction after the while loop. So you come for this instruction. So after while loop, the instruction we have is print P. The value of P is 20. So 20 gets printed. So output there is going to be 20. Is that clear? Perfect. Then we have what is the value of Q when the iteration stops? When the program finished, what was the value of Q? You can look at the table and tell me. 0. Is that part clear? Perfect. I'll come to the Roman number 3. Give me 2 minutes. Back, wait. How did you get 0? Because the value of, because I had P mod 2, no? Sorry, P mod 9, no? So the value of P was 18. So I want to find what is the value of 18 mod 9. So you know, divide 18 by 9. 9 times 2 is 18. 0 remains. Mod will give the remainder. So that's why Q was equal to 0. Okay. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be back quickly. Wait. Okay, sorry on the gap, Shambha. A small work. Shambha, are you here? Okay, perfect. Next. Nandan's mother's smartphone displays a message saying battery low when the battery charge level reaches 20. Nandan tries to create a suitable program to display a message to indicate the screen time of his younger brother playing games until the battery becomes low. Okay. The input and output configuration of this program and the way the values of the variables change. Assume the entered battery level charge level is 25. I explain in the following table. Enter current battery level. Okay. So if you assume 25 as the input, time 0, time 2, time 4, time 6, time 8, 25, battery low and screen time is 10. Battery charge level. When the battery reaches input and output configuration of this program and the way the values of this variable change. Assume the entered battery charge level is 25. Battery charge level 25 times 0, 24, 2, 23, 4, 22, 6, 21, 8, 20, 10. Battery low and screen time is 10. I feel that the question is wrong. Let me read the second part of the question. Nandan's mother's smartphone displays message saying battery low when the battery charge reaches 20. Nandan tried to create a suitable program display a message to show indicate the screen time of his younger brother playing games until the battery becomes low. indicate the screen time of his younger brother playing games until the battery becomes low. So until the battery becomes low, you display the screen time of his younger brother playing game. Okay. So the input configuration of this program and the way the values of these variables change, assuming the entered battery is 25. Okay, I feel like the question is meaning this. What the question is trying to mean is from the time Nandan's brother has taken the phone. So Nandan's brother has taken the phone when the charge was 25%. Okay. So from the time he has taken the phone, with time passing by, the battery also reduces. Okay. So when the battery comes to 20%, the phone displays a message saying battery low. Okay. So battery low is displayed when the phone is 20%. So Nandan created a program to show the screen time of his younger brother playing games until the battery becomes low. This is the Eastern Province paper. So what I feel like is within this 25 to 20% time range, he has used 10 hours. Okay. So when the phone is showing battery low, it's also able to show that for 10 hours he has been using. Okay. I understood one way of this question. I think that's the idea. Anyways, go to the table and tell me for 1% of charge, how many hours you can use the phone? Like there's a pattern here, right? So just look at the phone and tell me for 1% to reduce, how many hours you'd use? Shamla. No, like look at the pattern and see when the pattern, when the charge reduced by 1%, the time has increased by how many hours? See, when from 25%, when the charge became 24%, the time used has become how many hours? 2 hours. See, from 24 to 23, we have reduced 1%. When 1% charge reduces, how much hours of ink has increased? When 1% reduced, how much charge is reduced? Increased? 2. So that means we can get a conclusion that 1% charge is equal to 2 hours of usage. Are you clear how I got that conclusion? Perfect. Now let's come back to the question. First one, they're saying draw a flow chart to write this program using a while statement. I hate flowchart. Draw pseudocode first. Is there a question asking pseudocode? Give a pseudocode that you can write for this program using only the sequence type control structure. Only sequence you can't. Okay, anyways, I'll draw the flowchart below. The flowchart is going to be something like this. Flowchart for the this program using a while statement. So program will start with start. Initially charge is going to be 100%. Input and output configure and program the way the values of the variables change. But I have a doubt. If you enter 25, the input and output configure and program the way the value of this variable change. Assume that the entered battery is 25. Okay, so how it should work is unless input. I'm still sketching the answer. I might change the answer in the middle. First, let me sketch the answer, then I'll explain. Okay, give me a moment. Input C, while C is less than or equal to, while C is greater than or equal to 20. And this motherboard. No, this question, I feel like this question has some mistake because this table doesn't make sense. What do you mean by if you enter 25, it'll give you 10? And how they are saying that you're going to get the value of charge here. And if you're going to get the value of charge here, how are you going to get the value of charge here? It doesn't make sense. And as if they're saying this is the input output configuration, if 25 was input, output has to be 0. With output is 10, that means you can do the if statement. And the question is they want a while loop here. Like I can do one method I have in my mind is without the while loop. That is something like this. That is like, for example, input C and if what do you call the C is greater than or equal to 20 something like if C is greater than or equal to 20, then D equals C minus 20 into 2. But this is all while loop. C minus 20 into 2 and display D in the program. This is a stupid program, but doesn't make sense. Like like just go through my program and see does my program make sense for you though? But I wrote here, I created a program here, but does it make sense? I'll explain this, but can you understand this program? Yes or no? I'll explain you, just see does it make sense, okay? So what's happening in this program is I'm asking the user to enter the charge percentage. Okay. So let's say he enters the charge as 25% because C is here, charge level, okay? If he enter this charge is 25%, I'm going to go and see does he have more than 20% charge? Okay. So if he has more than 20% charge, then I'm going to be like, okay, then I'm going to be like, what do you call T is equal to C minus 20 to 22. That means the screen time is equal to the charge percent he entered. That is, he entered 25 now. So 25 minus 20 into 2. So 25 minus 20 means he has used for, he has used 5% of charge. Okay. So 1% is 2 hours now. So that's how I got this into 2. So from that I'm getting that the amount of screen time is 10. Tell me, are you clear with this equation? Like what does the equation means? The screen time he can use is equal to the current charge percentage minus 20 into 2. And then I'm displaying that it should be display battery low and screen time is this. So this has to be something like display battery low and screen time is 10. And then the program ends. So this is how you can create the program in a while loop. But this program is a useless program. It doesn't like I don't see a purpose in this program. And it sounds so stupid. But anyways, do you understand the flowchart? So that is the answer for the first question, but it sounds stupid. The person who made this question doesn't have head. That's what I would say. This year. So anyways, that's going to be the answer there. Second question is, what is the output if the battery charge is 35? Is this using while loop? Yeah. Because if it's no, you're again going to go and ask the input. Like again, you're going to ask to enter the what do you call charge, right? See? If I am not using while loop, how I will do this is, okay, until it indicate the screen time of his younger brother playing games until the battery becomes low. So until the battery becomes low, until C becomes 20. Display message to indicate the screen time of his younger brother playing games until. Yeah. If I'm not going to use while loop, then what I might do is I might mention for no, I might directly mention here display message saying display battery low. You can't use the phone. Bye bye. And I will end the program. Like directly, I will end the no if there is no while loop. Again, this program doesn't make sense, but you understood, right? Based on the stupid way they have asked, this is the only way I can incorporate while loop. Like it keeps on repeating only if it's no. The question B is like, what is the output if the battery input battery charge is 35? So if the battery input is 35, what is the output? Battery is low and screen time is how much? Like use this equation and tell me. If the charge is 35%, what is the output? I wonder what phone was used here. Sattabadi phone. 1%, 2 hours, 1% air level battery. Exactly, 30 hours. What phone is going to give you 30 hours? I am also surprised, huh? Is it hours or minutes? I don't know. If it's minutes, okay, makes sense. But if it's hours, it's a Sattabadi phone. I mean, like Nokia also this much hours. I think it should be minutes because you can't have so much of hours of time. But if it minutes makes sense. But again, yeah, correct. If it's 35 is the input, then it's going to be 35 minus 20 into 2. So 35 minus 20 is 15. So 15 times 2 is 30. So your output is 30. So you can say battery low and screen time is 30. Which is in the sense of exactly. I think they're talking about minutes because in minutes it makes sense. Like 1 minute, 2% charge. So 1% charge is reducing in 2 minutes makes sense. Like when you're playing games, it's possible to reduce. So let's say what do you call here the answer. So the second question answers what is the output if the input battery level is 35. So output is battery low and screen time is 30. Okay, battery low and screen time is 30. Is that clear, Shamla? Hmm. Give a pseudocode that you can write for this program using only the sequence type control structure. Only sequence. Begin. Input C. T equals C minus 20 into 2. Display. Battery low. And screen time is T. And but this has a problem. In this program, the problem we have here is if the charge is below 20%, it won't show. Give pseudocode that you can write for this program only using only the sequence type control structure. So only sequence type means then I had to mention something like, so only sequence means I can't depend on the 20% no. So in that situation, I might mention the time is equal to 100%. 1% is 2 minutes. 100% means 2 times 100. So 200 minutes. So if they enter 25% as input, answer is going to be if they enter 25%, output has to be 10. They enter 1%, output has to be 2. So 25 is 2 divided by 1 into 25. So 2 divided by 1 into 25 is equal to 15 ohm. 1% 2 minutes. 25% 10 minutes. I think it's minutes. So if they enter 25% charge until battery low, they can use for 2 minutes. For 10 minutes. Give a pseudocode that you can write for this program using only the sequence type control structure. Using only sequence type control structure. Input C. So T is equal to 25 minus 20 into 2. So let's say you have entered 50% charge. Then 50 minus 20 is 30. 30 minus 2. So 50, 49. So from 50 to 20, you have 30% reduced. For every person, there's 2 hours. So when 1% charge, if 1% charge reduce, that means you have used 2 minutes. Okay, so if 25% becomes 20%, that means 5% has reduced. So in 5%, 10 minutes. So this has to be 5, 2. So input charge, if the input charge is 25, then the number of hours they can use is number of hours they can use. If they use for, okay, I have an equation, but this equation has a problem. The problem is this equation will work only if you're going to use only sequence, it will work only for the until charge is 20%. Only until charge is 20% it will work. But if you want it to work anytime, then the idea is if I enter 25%, did you all get the marking scheme for this Shamla? At least, but like, did you all like get like, did you all have a paper discussion or whatever? Like, this doesn't make sense. Like without sequence, if I'm going to rather than using only sequence type control structure, what is the output? The input charge is 35. Okay, wait. If the input charge is 35, draw a flowchart, write this program in while statement. Nandan's mother's smartphone displays a message saying battery low when the battery level is reaches 20. Nandan tries to create a program display a message to indicate that the screen time of his younger brother playing video games until battery becomes low. Indicate the screen time of his younger brother playing games until the battery becomes low. Yeah, I think this should be the answer. Okay. But Like I told you, there's a problem in this. First of all, go through this program and tell me, do you understand what's happening in this program? The same thing of the pseudo code. Only thing is, I'm not having that 20% threshold. So problem here is, if the charge is now, if you say the input charge is 20%, then it'll be like screen time is zero. Actually, let me put this question to ChatGPT now. What is ChatGPT's answer? But ChatGPT is very bad at algorithm. So I can't depend on ChatGPT's answer. It's very bad at algorithm. But for fun, let's ask and see. But the question is stupid, huh? I wonder who made that question. Gemini is better, but not perfect. Input battery level T equals 0 if C is greater than or equal to 20. T equals T plus 2. C equals C minus 1. T equals, if C is greater than 20, T equals T plus 2. C equals C minus 1. Display battery low and screen time is T. Okay, this one is doing a different way. That is also makes sense. How that is doing is exactly how ChatGPT's answer works is that's a bit wrong. I'll modify the correct answer. The approach it's following is something like this. Start. It is actually sending a message every minute. Like every after whenever the percentage is that doesn't make sense though. That answer is kind of stupid for this scenario. For this scenario, you can't do it that input C, and if C is greater than or equal 20, it's like something like okay, there's one more data. Also mention something like let's say P equals 0, and it's like if C is greater than or equal to 20, then yes, T equals T plus 2. C equals C prime minus 1. But this should happen only if the charge reduces. You have to again get the this can't work because you have to again get the charge percentage. Like the charge percentage has to be again taken and see what is the current charge percentage. This is stupid. This is more stupid than my answer. This is practically impossible kind of answer. So I don't agree with this answer, even though this answer ChatGPT gave. But this answer ChatGPT gave. Battery is low and screen time is blah blah blah. I'll tell you the problem here. If you're going to practically implement a program like this, it's like after you calculate, we're again going to reduce the percentage. So it's not getting the correct percentage. Okay, this is one. I mean, if it's going to predict it, then it's kind of fine. Yeah, you can write this. If it's going to predict it, it's going. Okay, I'll explain this program. Listen. So how this works, you're going to ask to enter the charge. After you enter the current charge, it's going to keep the initially, it's going to be like 0 as the time you can use. And if the charge is greater than or equal to 20, then we are going to calculate how many hours we can use. So for example, if I enter 25 as a charge percentage, okay, if I enter C as 25, initial T is 0. Okay, initial T is 0. And then when you say T equals T plus 2, T becomes 2. When you say C equals C minus 1, C becomes 24. So you again go and check is C greater than or equal to 20. So your answer is yes. So T equals T plus 2, T becomes 4. C equals C minus 1, C becomes 23. And then you again go and check is C greater than or equal to 20. True. So T equals T plus 2, that's 6. C equals C minus 1, that's 22. So you again go and check the question. Is C greater than or equal to 20? Yes. So T equals T plus 2, that's 8. C equals C minus 1, that's 21. You again go and check is C greater than or equal to 20? Yes. So T equals T plus 2. So T becomes 10. C equals C plus 1. So C becomes 20. So now you go and check is C greater than or equal to 20? This should be C is greater than 20, not equal. Is C greater than 20? No. So display battery is low and screen time is T. Does that make sense? That makes sense, Shamla. What's happening there? Hmm. But this doesn't require repetition structure. You can do it with a simple equation like this. I don't know why are they using repetition structure there. You can use a simple equation like this. So one shot, there's no repetition needed here. Like you can touch the nose from here to here. They're going touching like this. Okay, anyways, let's see what is the battery level is 35. Then screen time is 30. Okay, we got that correct. No? But in our method, pseudocode only using control structure. This see, this question is actually a bit misleading. And ChatGPT say the same thing. A sequence control structure means no loop and no decisions. Since the input can be any battery level, it's impossible to write. Ah, I thought. I was just thinking, is my brain not working? Is my brain not working? But yeah, the only way to use a direct mathematical formula is since every 1% every person show. See, it use my formula. Therefore, pseudocode is input. The exact formula I wrote. Not bad. The proud moment that my head is working as equal to an AI machine. But yeah, so you can't do it without a sequence structure. But if you're going to do it without a sequence structure, this is how it works. But again, like I told, there's a problem here. The problem in this is the pseudocode will work only if the charge is below greater than 20. If the charge is less than 20, it will not work. So if you want it to work even less than 20, the formula has to be different. Give me a moment, I need to think. If the charge is going to be 25%, that means you can use it until battery low, you can use for 10 hours. Is that what you mean? Then after battery low, I can't do it. Then in that case, I can't, I had replaced the battery low to 0. Like I can show the total amount of charge used. Like I can create a method where if you enter the charge as 25%. For 25%, we can, if every hour you're going to use, you can use for, if it's going to take 2 hours, sorry, 2 minutes, then using 25%, you can use 50 minutes. So earlier we stopped with 20%. So in 20%, it was 5% difference. That's why 5 times 2 is 10. If the question says that we are going to use a phone till 0%, like until 0%, the error message can work, then the formula will be T is equal to C into 2. Like if you have 25% charge, 50 minutes you can use. I don't think that's what the question is asking. But yeah, this question is stupid. Get the marking scheme if possible. But this is my answer. It would be something like this. But again, there's a problem in the answer, like I told you earlier. The problem is this will work only if you're going to go until 20%. That means if you're going to stop using the phone at 20%. Tell me, are you clear with the problem in this program? Like the issue which I'm addressing in this program, can you understand what that 20% I'm referring to? What I'm saying here is, in this question, if you notice here, when we enter the, what do you call, charge level as 25, when we enter the charge level as 25, we got the output as 10, right? That is because from 25 to, that is because we are starting to use at 25. Okay, that is because we're going to start to use at 25. And from 25, we're going to go up to 20%. So between 25 to 20%, we can use for 10 minutes, something like that. Does that make sense? Because we're starting at 25 and we're going to go up to 20 only. So when you go up to 20, it's 10. So that means technically we have not used 25% charge. We have used only how much percentage of charge? How much of charge has reduced? Exactly, only 5% of charge is actually reduced. Okay. That means this program will basically calculate from the entered value until 20%. Entered value until 20%. So that's why early in the previous question, when we entered 35, okay, in the previous question, when we entered 35, what do you call the, we saw 35 to 20, how much is reducing? So 35 to 20, 15% is used. And that's why we said in 15%, we can use for 30 minutes. That's how we got the answer to the second question. So the issue here is we are calculating not the charge until 0. We are calculating the charge only until 20. Is that part clear? Yeah. So let's say if the user comes and says the charge percentage is, let's say, 5, then you can't calculate, no. You can't subtract like 5 minus 20, it'll go like a minus 50. So it'll be like you can use for minus 30 minutes. Like, does it make sense? The issue, can you notice the issue here? We're getting a minus value there. Basically, how did we find this 10 minutes? We found this 10 minutes basically by taking the charge we have minus 20 into 2. That is why when the charge we had was 25, we saw, okay, from 25 to 20, how much of charge is being used? 5% charge is being used. And for that 5% charge, we can use for 10 minutes. That's how we found out, right? Hmm? That's how we found out, right? Yeah. Now use this same equation, tell me, if I enter the charges, let's say, if I enter my charges 15%, then how many minutes can I use? If I enter my charges 15%. How much of charge I can use? If I'm going to apply the same equation, I'm like, I should mention some, I should do something like this, right? I should do 15 minus 20 into 2, right? Yes or no? When the charge was 25, we said 25 minus 20. So the charge is 15, 15 minus 20. So what is 15 minus 20? What is 15 minus 20? Minus 5. So minus 5 into 2 is how much? Minus 10. So it's like saying we can use the phone for minus 10 minutes. Can you see a problem we have there? We are getting a minus number. Like you can't measure time in minus, right? Can you see a problem there? The problem is if you enter a number greater than 20, it will work. But if you enter a number less than 20, you will get a minus value. That's the problem. Is that clear? So that's why I said this program is working. There's an issue in this program. So if you, it will show only until 20%. So it will show only until 20%. Yeah. So until 20%, it will show perfectly. But below 20%, there's an issue. Make sense? So that's why I'm saying if you want to create a program that will work until 0%, then it should be something like this. Exactly. What a question. If it's going to be until 0%, then the answer will be like this. Begin input C, T equals C into 2. So display remaining time for phone to off is T, which doesn't make sense. Like you're saying, you can use a phone for another 3 hours, 4 hours. It doesn't make sense though. Anyways, this is a stupid question in my perspective. Anyways, any other questions? Actually, good that you did not ask this question in the paper class. Imagine you brought this question on the paper class. For almost an hour, I'm just figuring out what this stupid is. Like 15 minutes to half an hour spending on this question. Stupid. Saifa, are you asleep or are you there here? Is everyone left at this moment? Anyways, any other questions, Shamla? What's the next question you have? Yeah, I have. I don't mind. You can ask. From 35 in part 1, MCQ, that means. Let me check your MCQ. Dun-dun-dun. Looks like Shaifa has connected the Zoom meeting and slept. What is the question number 35? It's covered. You want which of the following statement about the given flow chart is correct? That question. Okay. They're asking which is correct, no? First of all, let's see what's the output of this program. When the program started, the value of pro x was 20. Then we have x equals x minus 5. So x becomes 15. Then we have print x. So that means that the output of 15. Then is x greater than or equal to 0? Yes. Program ends. So only one output is a 15. Therefore, this is wrong. Is that clear? Are you clear how I got that is wrong? Okay. It contains sequence and repetition. Is there a repetition here? Yes. Okay, this part is repetition. And every program has sequence. Do you know how to now? If you take conditions, conditions are there in two control structure. What and what? What are the control structures you can see conditions in? Repetition and somewhere else also you have this. A decision box is used somewhere else as well. You have three control structures: sequence, selection, and repetition. So apart from repetition, even selections they use condition. So do you know how to differentiate is something sequence or repetition? Okay, like for example, if I give like this, like I just mentioned some random sketch here. So is this a sequence or so is this a selection or repetition? You're 100% sure, right? How do you find it? Like, do you know actually the method how to find it? Like, how do you actually find it? There's a method to find it. Like, without just observing, there's a method to find. Do you know the method to find? I'll just tell the method. Listen, the method is very simple. Imagine there are two people. One fellow is going in the S direction, one fellow is going in the no direction. Okay, after the decision box. Okay, after the decision box, one fellow is going in the no direction, one fellow is going in the S direction. The question is, will they meet? Now, in this situation, look at the way they are going and tell me, is there any places they will meet? Like I label this as A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Are there any places these two people can meet? Correct. See, he can come to G. He also can come to G. Okay. So this fellow, yes, he will meet. In this situation, there's one person in the S direction, one person no direction. Okay. So after the decision box, if one fellow go in the S direction, one fellow go in no direction. In this situation, will they meet? No. See, he will come here, he will come here, he will come here, he will come here, he will come here. Again, decision box, again, no. So he'll keep on rotating, rotating, rotating. He will never meet. So if they meet, then it's selection. It's like, for example, you went for a meetup and you got passed. So if you got passed, you're selected. But if you fail, you're going to again and again try. So again and again, you're going to try. So that's like repetition. You went to meet someone, you went for interview or something to meet, you got selected, perfect. You failed, so you again try. So that's how you actually find is a selection or repetition. If two people are going in yes and no direction, they met, selected, they did not meet, you repeat going behind them. Make sense? Hmm. So that statement is correct. When the repetition ends, the value of x becomes minus 5. No, when the repetition ends, the value of x is 15. So it's wrong. The iteration occurs 5 times. No, the iteration happened only once. Actually, it was not even iterated. So all are wrong. The answer is the second one. What's your doubt here? Do you have a doubt here? You hear the questions? That is asking the output, this one. Okay. So the program started x was 5, y was 0, while x is greater than 0. True. Y equals 2x plus 1. So 2 times 5 is 10, 10 plus 1 is 11. Are you clear how I got 11? 2x plus 1. 2 times 5 is 10, 10 plus 1 is 11. Okay. Print y. So 11 gets printed because the output 11 is, so the y is 11. X equals x minus 1. X is currently 5. X minus 1 means x becomes 4. End value. When you reach end value, again go and check the condition. Is x greater than 0? Is 4 greater than 0? True. Y equals 2x plus 1. So 4 is x. So 2x means 2 times 4 is 8. 8 plus 1 is 9. Print y. 9 gets printed. X equals x minus 1. X becomes 3. When you reach end value, again go and check the condition. Is 3 greater than 0? True. Y equals 2x plus 1. So 2 times 3 is 6. 6 plus 1 is 7. Print y. X equals x minus 1. X becomes 2. When you reach n value, again go and check the condition. Is x greater than 0? Is 2 greater than 0? Yes. Y equals 2x plus 1. So 2 times 2 is 4. 4 plus 1 is 5. Print y. 5 gets printed. X equals x minus 1. X becomes 1. Is x greater than 0? Yes. 2 times x plus 1. 2 times 1 is 2. 2 plus 1 is 3. Print y. X equals x minus 1. X becomes 0. When you reach n value, again go and check the condition. Is 0 greater than 0? False. So while loop stops with false. Print x. X is 0. So the output is 11,97530. Is that clear? Next question, how many times the loop executed? So I always ask you to write this condition, right? The reason why I ask you include condition as a column is whenever the loop is executed, whenever the in while loop, whenever the condition is true, this is a condition, no? In while loop, whenever the condition is true, the loop executes. So if you want to find how many times the loop executed, just count how many times it was true. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that clear? 5 times the loop was executed. Next. Next what? What do you want? Are you typing something? As next, what question do you want to do? The question number 38. Okay. So what is the output of the given flow chart? In the flow chart, x is 1 and t is 1. Then is t less than or equal to 15? Is state less than or equal to 15? Yes. So print t. So output 1. X equals x plus 1. X plus 1 means 2. T equals t plus x. T plus x means 1 plus 2. That's 3. So you go and check, is t less than or equal to 15? Okay, up to here, are you clear what happened? Okay. Is t less than or equal to 15? Is 3 less than or equal to 15? Yes. Print t. So t is 3. X equals x plus 1. X becomes 3. T equals t plus x. T is 3. X is 3. T plus x is 3 plus 3, 6. You again go and check here. Is t less than or equal to 15? Is 6 less than or equal to 15? Yes. Print t. So 6 gets printed. X equals x plus 1. X becomes 4. T equals t plus x. 6 plus 4 is 10. Then is t less than or equal to 15? Yes. Print t. So t gets printed. X equals x plus 1. X becomes 5. Um, t equals t plus x. That becomes 15. Is t less than or equal to 15? Yes. Print t. X equals x plus 1. X becomes 6. T equals t plus x. T plus x is 15 plus 6. That's 21. Is x less than or equal to 15? No. Program ends. So the program ends, the output you got was 1, 3, 6, 10, 15. 1, 3, 6, 10, 15. This is the answer. Got it? What is it when the loop terminates? Terminates means finishes. The values of x and t are respectively. X is 6, t is 21. Got it? See if you draw the dry run, finding these are very easy. Do you want the question 40 as well? Okay. So which pseudocode represent the above flowchart? X equals 1, t equals 1. Is that x equals 1? Yes, correct. While t is less than or equal to 15, print t, x equals x plus 1, t equals t plus x. Correct. X equals 1, t equals 1. But if is wrong, because in if statement we are doing only once. If statement there is no repetition happening. So therefore if statement is wrong, you can't use if statement here. In if statement repetition will not happen. X equals 1, t equals 1. Why? The problem here is condition is missing. So therefore this is wrong. X equals 1, t equals 1, while t is greater than 15. No, here the condition is wrong. Where the condition has to be while t is less than or equal to 15. So answer is the first one. The issue in the second one is they use if statement. If statement is used, it happens in selection. The reparation will not happen. The code will run only once. Issue in the third one is no condition. Issue in the fourth one is the condition is wrong. Is that clear? Okay. Anything else? By the way, if you don't understand my explanation, tell her because I'm giving you a very summarized explanation. If you want to give me a detailed one, tell I'll explain it further. Like if you don't understand, just tell, okay? Perfect. Anything else? Sure. Okay, welcome. Bye bye. Have a nice day. Bye bye.